But before I get to my guests, I would like to recognize Mr. Chibi, the chairperson of SPE. A round of applause. This is a gentleman that has been behind a lot of other resources, organization, the where would we be, and all that. Thank you so much for the hard work that you put into the event to be a success for us to be here. And I would like to just highlight a few of the guests so that we see them, but we'll profile them more later on. We have Mr. Domiciano Ward. Yes, he's here with us in the building. Mr. Domiciano Ward is the environment officer and monitoring programs. He's of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We have Mr. Cosmas de Machia. Yes. Please, let the hand claps here a little bit louder than that because these are high-profile people. Because Mr. Cosmas is an exploration geologist from Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Nelson Wishen. Yes, Mr. Nelson Wishen is back in the building. And we'll be introducing more and more of the guests as they come in. And just so that we keep you anticipating, our chief guest is in the building. Clap for him, we won't mention his name yet. We'll be revealing a few things about him so that we keep you anticipating what is yet to come. Thank you.
So I'll have Mr. Callisto Obam here with us as well. He's the senior internal auditor. The senior internal auditor.
Yeah, we have Juliet Eulalia from SLB. A round of applause for Juliet. Yeah, we have Miss Flores Naishuka. She's here with us. A round of applause. Yes, we have Mr. Ahimsiwe Benjamin. He's also here with us. A round of applause. And I think since okay, we have also Mr. Oyire Gerald is here with us. Yeah, those are some of the people who will be listening to. They are more in the building, but of course we can't give you the package all at once. It might shock you. That's why I couldn't mention the name of our chief guest. We want to, it's a lot of milk and honey, so we feed small bits by small bits, yeah, so that you get to enjoy the event. And most of the next speakers are going to be providing a lot of content, so kindly grab the notebooks and grab the pens to note down some of the things that you'll be listening to. Alright. So this juncture, I think we are going to move on to our next part of the agenda. I'm not in the right shoes to introduce Dr. Engineer Dean of the faculty. So I'll invite Belinda, for MC, to kindly invite for us our Dean of the faculty to welcome us to this place. Thank you so much, Belinda.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we did get the chance to introduce the SB University of the President, Mr. Sarich, and they'll take this opportunity to invite you, to welcome you to Bara University because he's the guy, one of the reasons why we're here. He organized this event, so let me have him come and welcome you to Bara University.
but we are blessed to have had tremendous success over the few past years that our name is in the international stage. Yes, we have been blessed because of the talents being put across by our students. They really are resilient, kind of breed of people. And we bless God for that.
Hello, Wanji.
I would like to just thank a few people who have really done this chapter in their shoulders. That includes Randy Kami, the first president, the first official SPE president. He's not just here, but he's one of a kind. He inspired us to serve. And he's a kind who taught us that SPE is volunteerism. We don't expect to be paid. We just expect to give out. It's less than 100 million than the other single. Yes, then the next president was Mr. J.P. Foundation. He pushed us to where we are today. And also want to thank the Petrobras team who was our mass chapter to the mom. Yes, maybe wondering what Petrobras is that you get to know without knowing. These are much why here on the stage. Yes, Petrobras is just the fastest quiz. This is related and general knowledge. So it's because of Petro that our chapter came to about, and we are shining the international stage. I remember the first team that represented our chapter, we had Mr. Mugan, Victor, our captain, Juliet Hallelujah. We had Oscar, Quizide. We also had Joby Okelo. We had Jamie Shana. And our coach, Ronald. These people who work tirelessly to where we are today. And we thank them so much. We can appreciate them. Yes, we are totally indebted to them as a chapter. And we can only do better. That is the motivation we get from such people who work so hard for us. And we've done the SPE Uganda section continuously supporting us. They've always been here for us. And this event has been so serious for us. It has been so easy to collect things that we have there. And all our previous events that we have had for the past 1 year have been so easy because of the SPE Uganda section. Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah. With those few words, I would like to ask you to just how the rest of the experience today. Network, discuss to our students, get to know someone, and get to know each other. How about this?
Thank you so much, Mr. Rich, for that. Our next speaker is someone that has been an inspiration to me personally, and he's someone that I've learned a great deal from. He has been an embodiment of success to us all, and his name is Engineer Dr. John Mutungoloch. This gentleman you see here is the Dean of the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology here at Mass. He's a senior lecturer in the Department of Biomedical Sciences and Engineering. He holds a PhD in biomedical engineering from the Pennsylvania State University, specializing in low-field MRI technology. Dr. Mutungoloch leads an NIH funded research group at Mass dedicated to the development of sustainable low-field MRI technology. He's a founding member of the Consortium for Advancement of MRI Education and Research in Africa, supported by the European Society of Magnetic Resonance in Medicine and Biology. Dr. Confrence is also a member of the Uganda National Association of Medical and Hospital Engineering. a body that is promoting professionalism in biomedical engineering practice. This other research is into enhancing oxygen accessibility in low-resource settings, in which he is a leading team. We're leading a team to develop medium pressure oxygen storage systems that will be filled with oxygen concentrators that are used in transport facilities to places that the rest of. So basically, we can go on and on and on about these achievements, but I would like you to listen to the very very so. Dr. You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Our distinguished guests, standing on the existing protocol, I want to welcome you to Bala University of Science and Technology. Like I've already been introduced, I'm engineer, Dr. Joseph Molot. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology at Bala University of Science and Technology. I want to thank the leadership of SPE, student chapter, here at Florida University of Science and Technology, and all the collaborators and the sponsors of activities like this. Petroleum engineering is one of the programs that we offer here at Florida University. And there was a time when we started question and answer. When we were just about 4 years into the program, and we started thinking, are we doing the right thing? We actually had meetings about closing down the petroleum engineering program and maybe start another program. And during those consultations, we ended up, I remember one time going with Mr. Solagi, who was the head of the department, then the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And the Petroleum Authority gave us expertise, said let's work together on this. And this program today stands because of the assistance and support that we got from the Petroleum Authority. I remember they sent one of their specialists, a lady, I forget her name, who came here to Barada and was here for a week, working with us on the curriculum and identifying some of the opportunities that the petroleum students get involved in. And she was saying, I think this is the best time to get petroleum engineer in Uganda. I need to that's the one who goes down the program. So I want to thank so much the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the number of other companies that have come up on board to support the petroleum engineering training. I see a number of engineers you know, and others who are things like that I might not mention. But we thank our existence because of your support. As we talk now, if you do a survey of our engineering graduates, petroleum engineering students or graduates are the most blessed among our faculty. This is because of the support of the stakeholders like yourself that we have contributed to thank you so much for that assistance. And as I have said, that we have other engineering programs that we do here, biomedical engineering, for which I'm part, being one of them. We have electrical engineering, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and also computer engineering, which we are closing down. So in that talk of closing down programs, we went ahead and said, let's close down the computer engineering program. We are now in the last year of closing that program down, but petroleum engineering was supposed to be one of those that we will be closing down. And we will now miss such opportunities as we And petroleum engineering has really put our faculty up there. We have not organized an activity like this in any program that we have. Even though we have the Society of Engineering, we have the IT section, we have other societies, other engineering programs. And none of them has been able to organize an activity like this. This is like the second or third activity that we have organized in petroleum engineering. So it shows the importance of the program in the community, but also it shows the interest of stakeholders in supporting a program like this. And I thank you for that. When I look at the theme of the program, innovative pathways for a sustainable energy transition, integrated fossil fuels and renewables, is a very good title, as many people are now talking about sustainability of the energy sector. I always like to joke with people and tell them that we have been to these renewable energies, electric cars, and everything like that, but I think we will continue driving our diesel and petrol cars until I work with them, especially if I live in this country, Uganda. And the rest of the technologies can come after I have gone. And that is, there is no problem with that. So I still think that fossil fuels really have a very big role to play in our development. Many of the people are forcing us, or people who are already developed, are forcing us, trying to force us to abandon fossil fuels that for them have developed them now, that they can cover the transition, maybe more like a country like Uganda, I think fossil fuels still has a role to play. To leave that also to a certain level where the rest of the people are paying. Sometimes we are paying the debt of other people. When we talk about pollution and things like that, when we look at our manufacturing and what we have done so far to affect the environment, we find that most of the things we are being blamed for are coming from other places and they are not lasting. So we also need to first do something before people can blame us for it. So again, I want to welcome you to the land of milk and honey. I assure that when you are coming, you saw drops of milk going in the opposite direction. That is the pride of Mbara and the I come from another part of the country, but when I was coming here, the Georgia is the land of milk and honey. I thought I would come here and take a lot of milk and honey. And indeed, I think I have, because I came when I was a little small. I have the feeling that security is not going away soon. I think that's a product of the milk and honey that I got from me. Thank you so much and welcome to Parliament.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hand up as much enough for our dean of the students. The dean of the faculty is a very high-profile gentleman. I'm not sure if you really clearly understood his entire profile in detail, but he's one of the people that I personally admire. I commend first not only for his profile, but also for his humility. One of the best meetings I've had with anyone in their office is the dean of the faculty. So a round of applause for him. Thank you so much for blessing the event. Thank you so much for being with us. We're so privileged and happy to have you. Yes. Admired engineers for their richness. They are very rich people, so we have very many rich people within that building. And apart from our theme, which is innovative pathways for sustainable energy transition, integrating fossil fuels, go ahead, we shall be hearing that buzzword more often than not. Yeah, because the Dean said something about the sustainability of the fossil fuels, but as we know, many people are still drilling and baby drilling. All right, our next speaker is the next part of our event today is going to be a technical presentation from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and this is going to be by the Environment Officer at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. This gentleman has previously worked with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities as the Senior Wildlife Officer with a 14-year experience in environment management and wildlife conservation. He's an environment scientist with a bachelor's degree in environment science from Makerere University and a master's in science and technologies. He specialized in sustainable management and pollution from junior grade and in France, and he's also a lead auditor from Quality Management System and certified lead implementer of health, safety and environment, and he holds an international technical certificate in oil and gas operation safety. This gentleman monitors environment aspects of Uganda oil and gas projects. He leads the implementation of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda in its role to monitor and regulate the climate change aspects from the oil and gas sector. He serves as one of Uganda's climate change negotiators at the International United Nations Climate Change Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, join hands with me to welcome Mr. Owor Domiciano. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The people productions, kindly. Thank you so much. Projector. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Being a short person, this is one of the few platforms I speak in, and I find a setting that is of my height. Organizers, just give yourself a round of applause. It's always high up there. Yeah, so my name's Owor Domiciano, and we are pleased and pleasured to be here. We have a couple of colleagues from the Petroleum Authority, and we thought that it is important for us to not just focus on the thematic aspect that you have chosen, but also to give you who are the leaders and the engineers and the scientists that are going to take this sector forward, to give you a state of progress on your projects. So before I go into the subject matter, allow me to welcome my colleague who is from drilling to come and just give you an overview of the projects that we are running, and then he will also give you the status, and then I will come back and focus on the topic that you have chosen. Welcome with me my brother Nelson. Nelson, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Dom. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Nelson Mwije. I work for the PAU under Drilling and Wells Engineering in the Directorate of Development and Production, who are the people leading the current monitoring of the ongoing development projects for Uganda. My profile was not given, but I'm just an engineer, drilling and compressions, yeah, for the PAU. As wait for the slides, I don't know, production.
Can be introducing him.
You can
Yeah.
introduce him. It's in the group. It's in the group.
Thank you very much. Okay. So my role is simple, as indicated by Dom. Oh, the chairs, eh? We focus on the ongoing projects that we are handling at the moment, the status, and an update on what should be coming in the future. Yeah, so that's our overview of the presentation. As you can see, we have quite a number we'll do the introduction, we have the overview of the oil and gas sector in Uganda, then we'll look at the oil demand and supply, Uganda's energy situation, the energy transition plan for this country specifically. So we'll try to communicate what plans the government has. Okay, then we'll look at the emissions and of course renewables deployment, which aligns with the theme. I liked that Dean, he mentioned the fact that he loves fossil fuels and the cars that diesel. He likes the revving. You can imagine those of us who drive cars that rev, driving a car and you don't hear that sound. Yeah, so maybe he loves that aspect of the diesel powered cars. And I believe we are still dealing with oil for a very long time. It's not in the near future that we shall have a successful full transition. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of institutional framework for the oil and gas sector, we have the oil and gas policy that was for 2008, which separated powers and roles of government. That led to creation of agencies, like the authority, the likes of UNOC to deal with commercialization of oil and gas, and then we remained with the parent Ministry of Energy, the current DOP, as the licensing agency that actually oversees the three branches that were created. So despite the fact that the authority may have leadership and UNOC may have leadership, we all report to the Ministry of Energy as the controlling ministry. Next slide. Yeah, so in terms of the current ongoing projects, we've tried to give a bit of insights on what is happening at the moment. So you know, at the moment we have two flagship projects under development, the Kingfisher project and the Tilenga project. The Tilenga project is of course operated by Total on behalf of the JVs, and they have a controlling stake. Then we have UNOC and SINOC. UNOC, of course, students, you need to understand that for every project we have, the government has a stake. We may not have the resources and the money to contribute, but the oil is ours, right? Yeah, so UNOC manages the government's stake in the project, and they will represent the commercial interests of government in all oil and gas projects that we create, be it the upstream projects and the ECOP that we'll see later. So the project has so far moved. On the extreme right up, you see a well pad. It's kind of zoomed out, but I would have loved you to see the whole setup. You have a rig there, and our drilling is kind of set up in a way that, because of the environmental restrictions we had, we couldn't do the normal old school drilling where you drill a well here, move to another site, drill another one. We tried to optimize the situation into well pads, so that is a well pad. So a few of you could have visited some of these sites. You've seen some well pads. So that is a drilling rig. I think that should be rig 1 in the north. That should be Jubilee 4, if I remember very well. One of well pads we just completed. So we've done so far a lot of drilling, and as you can see, 29 well pads will be drilled so far with 420 wells. And of course, we shall run feeder lines and inflow lines within the project. And there is a central processing facility that will process 190k at peak for the oil that will be produced in the Tirenga side. A CPF is more like a treatment facility. You realize when we get oil out of the ground, it will have base sediment and water, it will have sand. So you don't want to, the Chinese buyer is not interested in buying your sand. He already has a lot of sand. Okay, whoever will be buying the crude is not interested in your sand, so you have to manage your water and whatever. So that's what we'll be doing at the CPF. Progress has moved. Next slide. We've moved quite a bit on that one, and we've had a few challenges, but at least the progress is there. In terms of engineering and design, we've progressed significantly. Our colleagues in Total have better answers to that. But in terms of progress, that's where we've reached. Construction is quite slow, should be about 10%. But we hope that it should move even faster with a few alignments that we are doing with the contracting between McDermott and Sinopec. That's a quick overview of the Tirenga project in the interest of time. Key to note is that all the drilling waste that we generate, you know that those questions really come of what do we do with the drilling waste we generate, is handled and treated. Much of the the contaminants in drilling, the contaminants is like the base oil is recycled. We try as much as possible to recycle the oil so that we don't have any disposed of, and that is part of the regulations that the government put in place that we try to enforce. Next slide. So our next flagship project is the Kingfisher project, operated by Sinop Uganda Limited, a friend. Of course, on behalf of the JV partners, Total, of course, being the largest shareholder, but Sinop operates on behalf of UNOC and Total. So that is quite a small project. It will be at peak giving us about 40k oil barrels per day, barrels of oil per day. And their work has progressed quite significantly in terms of infrastructure. I think we are done almost 100% in terms of the flow lines and feeder line. It has reached Kabal already. And the CPF has also progressed greatly. I think it should be about 6%. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, for drilling, we have a summary for the status of drilling. We'll speak much of it when we just see the summary. Okay, seem to have a technical glitch. Yeah, but in terms of infrastructure, I was trying to say that we've done pretty well, especially on the Kingfisher side. There is very significant progress. What you see on the extreme left, especially the bottom side, those are some of the separators and farm tanks that we put in place. Then we have a drilling well pad extreme side, that is pad 2, if I remember very well, yes, pad 2, where the rig is at the moment, because we had done some drilling on pad 2, but because the intention was to first sample, we wanted first to go to all the pads and then come back. So the rig has moved back to the same pad to complete the remaining wells that had remained earlier at the second phase. Next slide. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted you to see the picture extreme up. Very interesting aspect of our project is we have an oil field now. If you move to Kingfisher at the moment, you would see a real oil field coming up because of the infrastructure at the CPF that is under construction. And then, of course, the feeder lines are also under construction. We moved past the escarpment, reached Kawale. Just the interconnections between the different pads is what is currently ongoing. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, here we have a summary of the current status of drilling and wells in terms of the project. I would want to focus majorly on first oil, targeted wells versus what we've delivered. As you can see, for the Tirenga side, using the 3 rigs, we've so far achieved about 67% of the wells targeted for first oil. Then we moved at Kingfisher side, also about 68%. So the progress is okay, and we are not very concerned. In an event that we have all the infrastructure in place, we shall have oil. So ladies and gentlemen, oil is coming. Or oil will come. Yeah. Next slide. Okay, of course, we can't just have oil. You know, our capacity to consume all our oil was a big constraint. Even when there were discussions of the refinery back in the day, the discussions focused on, even if we refine this oil here, are we able to have the uptake? So it was thought right to first develop a pipeline, the EACOP. I don't know if we have presentation from the EACOP, but there is also significant progress, especially on that Tanzania side, as you can see. Uganda just has a bit of 20%. Much of it, I think 80% should be in TZ. That has also progressed very well, and the jetty should be almost done. The farm tank in Tanga also has progressed significantly. In Uganda, we are building the permanent camps for the pumping stations and getting the facilities ready. And when we are done, we could equally say that our crude can go to the market, that we have sufficient buyers. Of course, there will be other projects like the refinery, which is still under negotiation, and we hope successfully we can have some of our crude processed locally, because it brings in a lot of benefits for the government and for the economy in Uganda if we are able to have some local value for the crude that we produce in terms of refining. I don't know if there's another slide. Next. To have challenges with technology. Okay, that is still on the ECOP, just showing you the visuals of how far we've moved. Overall progress on the engineering being at 90%, APCM activities at 50%, and of course, much of the progress, like I've indicated, is in TZ, in Uganda, still in the civil works. But of course, that is very right, because if they have 80% of the scope, it means if they are done. Yeah, thank you very much. I will invite my colleague to take on the next part of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Ndugu Nelson. Production team, thanks for the effort. If you could just make it a bit larger, that would be helpful. We always find it very important to give you a status update. These are your projects. You are the people of tomorrow. Some of us are soon retiring, so it's important that you, the young people who are going to drive the sector tomorrow, are up to speed, not only at school as you're training, but you need to know what is happening out there. I know most of you are dreaming to work in this sector. That's why you're doing the courses that you're doing. And I also know that there's a lot of talk out there, and some of you are scared of what your future holds. And it's good that you've chosen the topic that you've chosen today, whereby you're looking at integration of fossil fuels and renewables. And I think that's a very important perspective to have, so that you know what the future holds. But let's get to the topic. You're talking of sustainable energy transition pathways. We need to be able to put some aspects into perspective. When you're talking about energy transition, you're talking of sustainability, you're talking of fossil fuel integration with renewables. We need to do a little deep dive into some of these aspects, because sustainability is an issue of being able to meet your needs today and meeting the needs tomorrow. And so you have an aspect of demand, and then you have an aspect of supply. But you want to meet the supply, you want to meet the need while not compromising on the people and not also compromising on the environment. So when you bring all those different components together, then you speak of sustainability. So we want to look a bit into the different components. When we're talking about oil, do we have demand for oil? Over here, I don't know whether we have a pointer, but you can see over here we have, in the middle, we have a display of the reserves globally. The reserves that we have are huge. Most of the reserves are not yet exploited. So in stock, there is sufficient resources. And in the recent years, a lot of discoveries are being made. Last year, just 2023 and 2022 shows you some of the discoveries that have been made. A lot of it in the French Guiana, in the Iran. And so we can see that yes, we have enough resources in stock, but also these more resources are being discovered. And so on the demand bit of things, the basket is quite plentiful. How about on supply? When you look at last year, the supply actually met the demand. And also we see that the demand is also projected to actually increase, and the supply is also going to increase. This year, the consideration is that we are going to be able to reach about 1.1 million barrels per day. That is the 2025 demand projection, and that is the statistics by the International Energy Agency. And supply is expected to increase by about 1.6 million barrels. We can move to the next slide. So as we look at demand, we see that yes, the demand is there. The supply is still increasing. But as we're looking at the demand and the supply, we need to be looking at it in a sustainable manner. And that brings in the issue, which is the climate problem, because we need to look at these in integration. And so a lot of work is ongoing in trying to find a mix which blends well between meeting the demand and also being able to safeguard our planet. Restart, which is a consultancy firm, has done this scenario modeling. And what you see on the other side, where you see DG, those are degrees, the temperature degree changes, whereby if we took different oil supply and demand scenarios, then would be operating in those temperature change scenarios. So we see that the supply can actually meet the demand for some time, but that also means that since the demand is going to be increasing, we need to increase the supply. So that means we need to work on more projects, we need to do more development, we need to do more exploration. However, if we are to continue in a business as usual scenario, just meeting the demand and supply, then we will be operating in a temperature range of over 2 degrees Celsius change. Now that does not tally with what we know as what science tells us in terms of what we need to do in order to be within a safe climate scenario. Because the Paris Agreement target is that we should be targeting reducing our temperature change to well below 2 degrees Celsius. But actually, while targeting 1.5 in relationship to the pre-industrial era. So you see that if we just do business as usual scenario, we will be going above the safe climate situation that we want. And that means me and you need to do a lot more. Let's move to the next slide. So we should be trying to, I'm waiting for the next slide. We should be trying to operate below 2 degrees Celsius. So at I think you've moved. Economic power. So the big boys yield a lot of authority as compared to the small boys. Now, what are we seeing? That we need to have more projects coming in order to be able to meet the demand in, let's say, the 2030 scenario. And with the new president in the US, we expect that if the oil supply increases in a situation similar to what was there in his first term, we expect about 20% increase, and that means we will be seeing the supply going up in his second term, because he had a policy which was to actually drill more. You heard of the famous drill baby drill. It didn't come from him, but he's really running on that slogan. So we expect supply to really ramp up in the America. Let's move to the next one. Now, so we've briefly had a look at the energy landscape globally. But what is that kind of landscape in Uganda? Because if you're going to talk about energy transition, you transition from where you are. You can't say, I'm in Barara and I want to go to Gulu, but your starting point is Kampala. You have to start from where you are. So where is Uganda in the whole energy transition discussion? So there is, and first of all, let's understand what is energy transition. Many of you have been made to think that energy transition is about moving away from fossil fuels. And I keep telling people, energy transition is about you decarbonizing your energy system. So it's not necessarily moving away from fossil fuels, but if you can be able to change your fossil fuel systems to be low carbon intensive, then you're actually doing energy transition. So I won't take a lot of time here, but Uganda is a country that is predominantly using hydro. About 40,000 barrels is what we use per day. This is all imported. Our biggest percentage of the population uses biomass. So our energy transition scenario is supposed to be where we are moving from, where we are, and that's where we want to go from. Now we have come up with the energy transition plan as a country to map up where we want to go. You can move to the next screen. We have mapped out where we want to go in terms of energy transition from where we are now. For the interest of time, I'll just highlight that in that energy transition plan, our target is to reach net zero by 2065. We see that the demand for oil in Uganda is going to increase by about threefold. So we expect to reach about 125,000 barrels per day demand by around 2030, by 2050. So that means we still need more and more. And our effort is going to be in trying to bring down the emission of the projects. So the oil and gas projects being done in Uganda are part and parcel of our energy transition plan. Next slide, please. We don't have enough time, but we'll leave you with these slides so you can be able to take more time, and then you can also engage us. You can move to the next slide, please. So in terms of energy peaking, we foresee Uganda's oil demand peaking around 2040. We also expect the electric vehicles to outsell the fossil fuel powered vehicles by around the same time. Next slide, please. So the transition is global, but it takes different pathways in different countries, and in Uganda we are defining our own transition pathway. I'm waiting for your next slide. So as we chart our pathway of transition, it's very important for you in the sector that you present yourself in the global picture. Production, are you having a challenge? Yes. Now, globally, in terms of emissions, there is a big gap that exists in terms of where we need to be in terms of the global emissions. Currently, we are talking about 57 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. We need to be able to bring this down significantly. This is much of it is coming from the global powers, the biggest users. About 70% of the emissions is coming from the G20, and that, if you look at their average per capita emission per individual, you as an individual, their emission is about 6.6. For you and me from Uganda, our per capita emission is around 1.5. So we are very, very low in terms of the what we are contributing to the global emission. For the interest of time, I really wanted to spend time in that, but I want to go. Let's move away from there. I just want to give you a bit of overview in terms of Uganda's commitment. Uganda is committed to reducing her emissions. So we have made a commitment to the international community. We want to reduce our emissions by 24.7% by 2030. That is what is in our nationally determined contribution. And a lot has to be done in order to be able to reach that. Let's move to the next for the interest of time. You'll have these slides, and then you can be able to look at it more. Next slide, please. Let's move to the next. Next. Yes, so I just want to speak a bit for the interest of time. I'll bypass most of the others. But you are interested in integrating renewables. Now, when you want to decarbonize your oil and gas sector, you want to pay attention. You want to pay attention to your input energy, decarbonizing your production processes, and then eventually you offset whatever remains. Now, renewables are very, very important in being able to do that. What we see is that if you do an accelerated scenario, your solar and wind will be playing very key roles in terms of accelerating that transition. You can see about 44% solar contribution, 24% wind. So the renewables have a big role in terms of decarbonizing the oil and gas sector. Move to the next one. I just need to summarize. So what we are doing in the Uganda's oil and gas projects, and I think let me just summarize, we are focusing on integrating our renewable projects with our oil and gas project, because our power is almost 90% hydro. So we are doing a lot to integrate this. Let's move to the next. You need a lot of solar production to be able to meet your energy needs. This is going to be my last slide for the interest of time. Just to tell you what we are doing. We saw that in our initial project design, much of our emission was going to come from power generation, about 97%. So we have had to change our designs and be able to optimize. We are going to be able to use part of the excess gas for power production. Part of it will go to LPG to help us solve part of the other climate problem. But also, we are integrating with renewables. So far, we have just approved a project. We'll be doing a solar farm of about 15 megawatts that is going to serve our central processing facility at the Tilenga project. We are integrating the grid with the project, so we're doing electrification of our facilities. We have put in place no routine flaring or venting policy. That is very, very important. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time, but what is important for you to know is that, in summary, for you to transition, you need to meet your needs. You need to be energy secure. As a country, every country pays attention to its security first. So you need to ensure you meet your security, and then you need to be able to change the way you're going to develop the projects. You're not going to do it business as usual. And in order for you to do that, renewables provide you a great opportunity. You can be able to integrate and marry the two so that the oil and gas projects are speaking and linking to the renewable projects. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the time. We don't have a lot of time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, and we appreciate all the knowledge that has been shared. We appreciate all the expertise that has been shared. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Demisniano, for that presentation. It was very insightful. I was hearing a lot of figures, and I, being an electrical engineering student, some of them were a bit new, but I think I'll catch up with time. So I hope you guys have learned a lot from that very insightful presentation. So, yes, for those who are participating in the student paper contest, please make your way down to the ground floor, to the boardroom. They're waiting for you. So if we have we are going to have our next presenter for our technical presentation 2. Next presenter for our technical presentation 2. The gentleman that's going to be presenting to us is an exploration geologist with the Uganda National Oil Company Limited. He obtained his bachelor's from Makerere University, a bachelor's in petroleum geosciences, and and he also obtained his master's degree from Makerere University. He holds various certifications in structural interpretation of seismic data and geochemistry awarded by Total Energies, and he is also a passionate leader. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Cosmas Demasha.
Thank you, MCs. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is, as earlier introduced, I'm Cosmas Lem, an exploration geologist working with the Uganda National Oil Company. As we always joke with my colleagues in the sector, that the petroleum industry is a very small industry, so we are a small family of petroleum engineers, geoscientists, support staffs, and so on. So much of the things I'm going to wrap up on, my colleagues from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda have already covered quite a number of them, and I hope to take the shortest time possible. So if the production team could kindly share the PPT. The PPT, please. Not this document.
as the technical issues are being sorted out, I would just like to remind us of a few things. You see where we are right now. We are in the library. This is the library. We are on the first floor. The exhibitions are on the lower floor, and we shall be having lunch from the upper floor. Washrooms are at the extreme left, I think. But now from where I'm standing, just continue up to where we see that door, the exit. So we have one exit here and another exit down there. So just for safety purposes, I'm just giving us that. So we can have a speaker come back.
Okay. So in line with today's theme, integrating pathways for integrating fossil fuels and renewables. Okay, I guess sometimes technology just chooses its own ways. You will forgive the delays. So I'm just here to present to you the UNOC project and how we are incorporating the concept of energy transition as we implement and deliver the oil and gas sector. So that will be a brief outline of the presentation. So my colleague already talked about the governance in oil and gas in Uganda, we do receive a lot of questions. People wonder what's the role of Uganda National Oil Company, yet we also have Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Our major mandate is to manage the commercial interests on behalf of the government. So UNOC was formed in 2015. It's still a young company, but very vibrant. Thank you. So in terms of ownership, UNOC is a private company fully owned by the government of Uganda, and its shareholders are the Minister for Energy and Mineral Development and the Minister for Finance. So it's not the individuals in those offices who own UNOC, it's the minister. Whoever will be a minister by a time will be a shareholder of the company. So it's a government entity. We also do have subsidiary companies. That's the Uganda Refinery Holding Company and the National Pipeline Company, which still lies under Uganda National Oil Company. This is an overview of UNOC. In terms of staffing, we are still below the 100% staff needs. We are now at 46.6%. That is based on the current needs. So this is very dynamic. The opportunities for new professionals still lie within the industry, especially with the Uganda National Oil Company. So don't lose your hopes that jobs are all taken. So we still have opportunities coming in the few years. UNOC, as earlier said, manages the state's interests in oil and gas. Our core mandate is to ensure that state resources, its stake in the ongoing projects are properly managed. The second mandate is also to develop in-depth capacity to deliver on some of the projects by UNOC. As you are aware, you might be aware, in the ongoing projects such as Tilenga and the Kingfisher, we are non-operators, but want to build capacity such that we are able to become operators of these fields in the near future. So in terms of our stakes in those projects, UNOC manages the 15% interest on behalf of the government in the projects of Tilenga and Kingfisher. We have 100% stake on an exploration block called Kasurban block. This is a block which is under exploration. When we talk of sustainability, we also look at how do we sustainably utilize the infrastructure, oil and gas infrastructure in place, the eco pipeline, the plant. So I already mentioned about the refinery. It's currently negotiations are ongoing. Those of you who are frequent with papers, we did see the minister coming out to say that they are in negotiations with the companies to make sure that these projects come to light. So this is just an overview of the footprint in terms of our partners and the people we work with globally. Has really a diverse effect in other countries. So I won't go into the details, but just to appreciate in a pictorial point of view the activities that are ongoing. My colleague already talked about it in more details. I don't want to add in interest of time. That's the project managed by Total Energies, the Tilenga. We also have the Kingfisher project managed by, operated by Sinok. And then the Kasurban project, where we are doing really a lot of works. We are doing exploration works. We have planned to do seismic data acquisition this year, and we are planning to drill an exploratory well soon to confirm if we can have more discoveries and bring them on to the stream. The ECOP has taken shape. Works are ongoing. They have already delivered up to 700-kilometer pipelines in Tanzania. So that really shows the progress of the activities that are currently ongoing. In terms of refinery, I already mentioned the government is in negotiations to make sure that this refinery come to light. It's one of the strategic projects for the country because of its other advantages that come with it. The petrochemical industries, the agribusiness industries. So it's one thing that we want to add value to the crude oil in the country and be able to also harness the associated benefits. The Kabelega Industrial Park, which now hosts the second international airport. The airport is close to completion. And when we again refer to sustainability, as of today, if this airport is completed, we can still begin to utilize this facility for tourism and any other business. So, and then when it comes to the concern of climate change, we do acknowledge that climate change is it's a real threat, and it's a discussion across the globe. And as such, we are putting in place several action points. I must point out that though UNOC's mandate is not to develop renewable energies, but we are looking at how do we develop our oil and gas sector with the minimum footprints and in a manner that is sustainable. So one of the things is to ensure that the natural gas that is encountered within these fields as either associated gas or gas cap is utilized. It's put to commercialization as opposed to flaring it. Thanks to the regulations, we also don't permit flaring of this gas, although when it becomes a security, when it gets into safety issues, if we project any kind of risks, we are allowed to flare, but within minimum quantities, and we're trying to make sure that we have routine maintenance of the equipment such that such cases do not actually occur. And in terms of carbon credits, UNOC is planning, already started its project of planting about 40 million trees across the region of Alberta and Graben, and we hope with such initiatives we can really minimize the impact, the negative impacts of the oil and gas sector in the country. And with those few words, I want to thank all of you for listening.
Thank you so much to our speaker. Please give him a round of applause. I'm sure for us, for the petroleum engineers who are here, you've really, gotten a lot from this. And for the students, I hope you're taking notes because those are the places you guys are going to be working in after here. So I hope you really took note. So our next speaker is going to be our guest of honor. This is a gentleman who is a senior petroleum engineer at the Petroleum Exploration Development and Production Department in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda. He holds a Master's of Law in Oil and Gas from Aberdeen University, and he also owns a Master's in Petroleum Engineering from Harriet University. He also holds various diplomas and certifications in petroleum operations and development from IFP France, and he also has over 14 years of experience in this field. And he has also participated in major projects in the energy and petroleum sector of Uganda. Allow me welcome who is now our chief guest.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As I've been introduced, thank you for the good comments and the good presentation from my colleagues from Petroleum Authority and UNOC for giving a good update on the industry. So, my name is Winston Mugumya. I'm a senior petroleum engineer. I stand here to represent the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and she sends you greetings from Kampala, and I'm very happy to be here. First of all, to talk to students. When I usually train students at work, they usually tell me, Winston, why can't you come and teach? And I usually say, me, I don't like repeating myself. I cannot teach the same thing year in, year out, year in, year out. So I usually give credit to the dean. How do teachers do it? How do you do the same thing every other year? But one day I talked to my lecturer and asked him, how do you do it? How can you repeat yourself every other year? And he says, the difference is in the audience. You get different audiences. So you are my difference now to talk to you, because you are a different audience. It's the new audience. So I'm looking forward to really learn from you, and hopefully also learn from me. So this is my speech. I will read it verbatim. Good morning, and distinguished guests, faculty leaders, students, both national and international students, my colleagues from the industry, PAO, Total, UNOC, and colleagues whom I work with, industrial professionals, members of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, Mbarara University Students Chapter. It's my honor and privilege to address you today as a chief guest representing the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I bring you greetings from the ministry and applaud the SPE Mbarara University Chapter for inviting us and hosting this vital event under the theme, Innovative Pathways for Sustainable Energy Transition, Integrating Fossil Fuels and Renewables. We stand at a defining moment in Uganda's energy journey for the future of oil and gas resources, particularly in Uganda, which promises an economic growth of nearly 7 to 8% in the next 10 years. So it's an industry which is very important for the country, and it presents an opportunity for the country, but at the same time it presents a challenge. Therefore, the theme for this conference reflects and aligns with our ministry's mandate, which says, I quote, to establish, promote, and develop strategically, manage and safeguard the the rationale and sustainable exploitation and utilization of energy and mineral resources for socio-economic development. Innovation is key to transition, and the ministry is leading with cleaner strategies in the petroleum sector. The ministry has developed and realized Uganda's energy transition plan, as was presented by my colleague from Petroleum Authority, which will transition to cleaner energy. For instance, we are employing innovative technologies in our development of oil and gas fields, and to minimize surface footprints, reducing environmental disruption.
It speaks a lot about the university that you came from. Yes, thank you. Our next program is going to be a panel session, and I know that most of us have been people that have put together resources in different ways to make sure that the event today is a success. Would like to recognize and appreciate Total Energies. Yes, a round of applause for Total Energies. I think it is very clear their backdrop is right there. Thanks so much, Total, for coming through and helping with this event. Would like to appreciate Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. Thank you so much, the different representatives of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum who are here for the nice contribution that you've made. Would like to appreciate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. How? Yes. We listened to a number of presentations from representatives from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We'd like to appreciate the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them. Thank you. We'd like to appreciate Junior Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. A round of applause for them. Yes, and lastly, we would like to appreciate the ministry. We'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Minerals and Energy Development. Thank you so much. A round of applause. All right. I would like to invite the people that are going to lead us through the panel. The panel one. And panel one is going to be moderated by our very own Her Excellency, the Guild President of Mbara University. That is none other than Arinda Daisy Kanchiro. Please, a round of applause for her as she takes her seat on the stage. Okay, as they get the panel speaking devices ready, I would also like to invite to the panel one, the moderator will be Daisy, and I would like to invite Mr. Nelson Mwije. A round of applause. And Mr. Nelson Mwije is from PAU. I'd like to invite Mr. Fortunate Ogene. Yes, let's clap for him as he comes up front. I'd like to invite Mr. Cosmas Lematia. Yes, a round of applause as he comes up front. I'd like to invite Miss Ronia to Kamuhebwa. Yes, a round of applause for Ronia. She's also here with us. Thank you so much.
Once again, good morning to you all. My name is Arinda Daisy Kanchirho. I am a civil engineering student of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and by God's grace, I'm the guild president. I am so honored and humbled to be the moderator of this session. And as I ask them these questions, they're going to be answering. After that, we expect questions coming from the audience. So listen in attentively, and also you could have a question, maybe something different from what we're asking. Thank you so much, and I hope it's very educative to you. First of all, my first question goes to Mr. Nelson. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda has been commended for its policies in energy development. Could you share on how these policies are supporting the integration of renewables with fossil fuels? How are you ensuring the effective implementation of these policies, and to what extent are they in line with regional best practices?
Thank you. Good morning once again. For those that have just come, Nelson Muje is my name. I work with the authority under drilling and wells engineering. So in line with the question, PAU is a regulator, so we work by the Act of Parliament. So much of the policies we implement are, of course, made by the government of Uganda. As Dom earlier indicated, for us to look at how to merge this cycle of renewables and fossil fuels, we need to look at what are the consumers. So to look at it, to put into perspective on a daily, if I tell the figures here, you may just get surprised how much amount of diesel we consume specifically to drill, like in Kingfisher, where we have very deep, Tirenga we have 3, but Kingfisher we 5. So those generators are consuming diesel, only Kingfisher we 5. So those generators are consuming diesel on a daily. But you realize sometimes the continuous consumption can change depending on the operations that are ongoing. So what did the company decide to do? They are bringing in battery energy saving technology as part of a way to say if the load is less on a rig, the generator is charged, which energy can be utilized in low periods of the project. And this in a way, of course, will reduce the overall diesel being consumed by the project. And that is a very, very expensive project that's ongoing. Very interesting. Yeah, so then we have other interventions, like, of course, the push to EV in terms of mobility. You realize the project has a lot of cars, and there was a lot of movement of staff from Kampala to Bunyoro. And I know my colleague from Total knows that there has been adoption of the bus, the famous Chira EV. Most of them talk about it. Back then you'd see a lot of cars coming in, everyone, 4 people, 5 people. But now, to try and decarbonize transportation, the company has focused major on making sure that we can utilize buses because they move more people. And what will this do? Of course, you are reducing the diesel consumption because the number of cars on the project being required for transportation is less. So these interventions are done unit-wise. When you go to the Kingfisher side, you find a lot, especially on solar, utilization of solar energy. But also, they have an interesting technology of variable frequency drives for their rigs. Because you realize they have a bigger rig in terms of capacity, so their consumption of diesel was quite high. So what they chose to do in that case was to have the 3 generators synchronized. Those that study electrical engineering have this element of variable frequency drives, where you have to say, in times of high load, when I need a lot of power, all the 3 generators may be on at that time. Okay? But as the load goes off and reduces gradually, the variable frequency drives automatically reduce the power being generated at a time, so that you don't have waste. Because in public facilities like this, you guys understand what waste means. You can go to a library and find all the lights are on, ACs are on, but there is no student. Okay, that's in layman's understanding what these guys are trying to do. I'm generating maybe 5 megawatts of power, but maybe the demand at that point is 3. megawatts. So what will I do? I have a mechanism where the system auto-corrects depending on the load requirements. So we keep supporting these interventions, of course, like I've indicated, because as a regulator, part of our mandate is to monitor costs and, of course, the technology that is being implemented. So whenever such are presented as an authority, it's our mandate to ensure that we support it in line with the government objective. We are in a unique position in our region, in East Africa. We've not had any other project of this scale, the infrastructure and the activities that are ongoing. So we think we have an opportunity to be market leaders and examples for any other future projects that may come in our region. Yeah. So just to quickly answer your question, those are the insights I could bring in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson. Thank you so much for enlightening us on the policies. And usually the implementation is the hard bit. The policies can be set, but implementation usually takes a hard toll on most entities. My next question goes to Ronia. How can young professionals stand out in a competitive job market with Uganda energy sector?
Hello everyone, my name is Ronia Tukamhewa. I work with the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, and specifically I am the team leader, Junior Chamber. So for starters, we're at the Junior Chamber. It's mainly for the students and the young professionals below 2 years of graduation. And this chamber is meant to mentor, groom you, the young professionals, into the energy industry, to help you with internship placements, to help you with mentorship, to help you with the soft skills, to help you with the graduate training programs, to help you with the networking opportunities for you to get into the sector. So to answer the question, I think some of the things that we can look at as the young people is, first of all, in a room like this, take the advantage of networking. Don't just take business cards for formality. Use those business cards to create opportunities, to create relationships with these big people in the room. So take advantage of whatever workshops are taking place. Take advantage of whichever networking opportunity is taking place. At the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, we usually invite students to come and be part of our networking events, to give you opportunity to network with the big players in the industry, specifically those in the energy, in the mining sector, for you to also, so that, you know, these days they say having a network is as good as what you know. It actually saves you much when you get in a room, you're on an interview, and one of the panelists knows you. They know what you're doing, they know what you're capable of. It becomes very easy for them to get bargaining power for you. Then some of the other things that we can look at as students and young professionals is get more certifications. The degrees that you usually get from school, from our universities, are not enough. So there are those that are to pay for. There are those that are meant to, that are free of charge. So usually, these things are usually online. Some of them are physical. So ensure that you get as many certificates as you can, as professional certificates, I mean. Then also join different associations, things like SPE, so that you can get to network with the different people in the industry. Then the other thing I would recommend would be joining the different, I already mentioned the different body associations, things like SPE, things like Junior Chamber. Then also leverage on train yourself these soft skills. These are things that we can learn on the internet. These are things that we can get from online. So because usually we tend to focus more on the technical skills, which we get already from the universities, and we tend to ignore how to communicate in a work environment, how to dress for a job, how to write a CV, how to write an email, and these are things because we, at the junior chamber, some of the things better, and also have a vision, and I think above everything, have God. Keep praying, and yeah, that's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Ronia. That was very beautiful. Yes, have God above it all. Would you also recommend mentorship from the people in the field?
Oh yes. As the junior chamber, we are also doing that. So we have a program that we place, let's say, Total Energies, the MD of Total Energies with a different, we usually do different cohorts. Let's say we take one of our students, depending on wherever has passed through, place you with the MD of maybe Total Energies, whichever company it is, for them to groom you for at least a period of 1 year. I believe in that 1 year you are learning something from them, and if you are a sharp student, if you are a sharp young profession, you would be able to develop a relationship during that period for yourself to take you to the next level.
Thank you so much. I guess we've had it. Please, there's emphasis on the networking. Go for the workshops, whether there is food or not. Most students, personally, when they invite us for conferences, it'd be like, is there going to be food? And it's like, no. Like, okay, I can't come. So look beyond that and focus on talking to people who have been there, because I believe they know so much that we don't know that is in the field. My next question is to Mr. Ogene. As an academician, how have you adapted your engineering curriculum and research to better incorporate renewable energy? What skills and knowledge do students need to equip themselves with in order to contribute effectively to the integration of renewable energy with fossil fuels in the industry?
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. My name once again is Fortunate Ogene. I am the acting head of department at Energy, Minerals and Petroleum Studies. Your question is very good. But, you know, academia, we have lots of, I would say, challenge. And one of the challenges which come in academia is the industry has somehow ignored us, you know. Yeah, I would maybe I began on a higher note. So, in the aspect of trying to enforce skills, especially renewable skills, we are striving as much as possible to bridge the gap between academia and the industry. Yeah? So we still have much hopes in companies like Total Energies, yeah, to take up our students, you know, in training them in relevant skills, especially which integrate renewable energies into their learning. Of course, you know, for us in academia, we'll do much of the teaching, but the practical insight comes back to the companies which, you know, offer us internship, you know, and for those who have graduated, give them apprenticeship. Yeah, so someone has graduated 2 months, 6 months down the road, if a company takes up such an engineer or a graduate, trains him or her, and equip him with skills which are, you know, driving him or her towards the current trend of energy, that is what we really emphasize and pray for from the industry, so that our engineers here feel that they are really part of the global, you know, global trend. Secondly, we have arrangement whereby we periodically keep reviewing our curriculum. This cross-cuts actually is the National Council of Higher Education condition to keep on accrediting programs. As the Mbara University, and of course all other universities in the house here, you must agree with me that we take a review of curriculum very, very seriously. Curriculum review is a very comprehensive activity What we do, we involve the industry. My colleagues here, the Petroleum Authority, Ministry of Energy, SUNOC, I've not seen them, have been very, very key in advising us as regards curriculum review is concerned. We just concluded a review which we undertook as the department. We had a very good suggestion of including renewable energies, but we have a couple of courses which we have to include in the curriculum, and of course abiding with how many credits the National Council recommends. I would say, unfortunately, by then we had put many core petroleum engineering courses. We never found space for putting renewable energy engineering as one of the courses we taught. But this is always a 4 years activity. We are looking forward to having the next 1 or 2 years. So we are putting much emphasis to ensure such undertaking is considered that in university. Our research is, I would say we are having baby steps, but we are looking towards revamping our research to groom our students from the year 2s, or the second year. To appreciate the concept of research. We have been receiving visitors from other countries, like say in Canada. They come here and collaborate with the students, go in communities, identify energy-related problems, and then formulate solutions. We have seen projects in biogas, and of course with the help of the CITT, Center of Innovation and Technology here, we have seen some of these projects coming up and students developing prototypes. But maybe what I would call upon is the industry to the people who are here and can extend our voice is the industry to come up and fund some of these innovative research ideas our students here bring up, so, and that is where we're having a huge gap. So, and to conclude, we are in the right path to really bring these skills to the students to ensure that they are part of the renewable energy trend in the current setup of the energy industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think he's being humble by not emphasizing the great work our professors, as far as our faculty is concerned, that they're doing, most especially the petroleum department that has continuously been shining. We appreciate you. And also this goes to the industry, as you've heard. The academician feels left out and wish to integrate and fill that gap between the two. Nonetheless, allow me also to ask that the companies that are available here, you see, with this sector, there are very few slots. I witnessed it during times of internship, of undergraduate training. You find that young professionals and students lack where to go because each of these companies where they can affiliate to are actually giving out less placements, or they don't know how they can get in. So I believe, I don't know if it can be today or next time, whereby these companies can actually come and explain what they look for in an individual, because sometimes it may be beyond just the academic bit, and how someone can polish themselves, and also open up undergraduate training opportunities to these engineers, because I believe the engineering profession is more practical than it is theory. My next, which is my last question, goes to Mr. Cosmas. As part of Uganda's energy landscape, how are you adapting to the global energy transition towards sustainability? What specific measures are you taking to ensure that Uganda's energy future is not only diverse but also sustainable in the long run?
Thank you, moderator. I hope Thank you, moderator, and good morning once again. Uganda, just like many other countries in the global south, we are still in energy poverty. We have very few people who have access to or little access to electricity, as changes in the coexistence of the oil and gas sector with the wildlife in the game parks. So by taking these initiatives, we're trying to first of all minimize the impact of oil and gas activities in the country. We're also doing a number of resettlement action plans, and livelihood plans, such that people who are affected by this welding from Chigumba University, this adds additional skills which may not necessarily have to be applied in the oil and gas sector, but can be applied in other sectors as well. We are also planning on the LPG development. It's one of the programs that has been initiated. Addition to all those issues, we have an energy transition plan whereby we are planning to install about 70 megawatts of electricity. This will go far from what is already in place, about 1.5 megawatts electricity, which has already been installed as a company. But what's the uniqueness of this installation, where we're using solar, biomass, and other sources of energy, is that we're partly using the resources, the revenues that we get from oil and gas, to be able to develop these other sectors. I think that is a very strategic way of developing our oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm being cautioned. We are running out of time, so I'll just allow 2 questions. Yes, 2 questions from the audience.
Thank you so much to our presenters. I just want to ask for some advice from people who are knowledgeable about the sector. Recently you saw us trying to chase for something, and people had some inside knowledge, said that you people are wasting your time here. If I were you, I would do this. So with your knowledge of the sector now, especially Paul and Enoch, what would you advise a university to do, where you would say, if I was in the leadership of the university, this is what I would advise you to do in order to benefit from the oil sector?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chigozi Morris Thomas, former president SP Nkumba University, completed my studies at Nkumba University. My question is directed to Ms. Rania. Earlier last year, the Junior Chamber of Mines invited us to Serena Hotel, where we had a breakfast, and we discussed. In what we discussed, we were promised that the chamber will take on responsibility to search for graduate trainings for students. In the words of the CEO, Mr. Humphrey, he promised that the plan was to start last year, taking the best 10 students from each university. I would like to inquire whether other than Nkumba has not been considered, because I think I would also benefit from it if it happened. But when I was liaising with some volunteer told me it is still in the pipeline. I wish to know which pipeline was it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kiza Susan from Chambago University, and still I was also inquiring, like, from the Junior Uganda Chamber of Mines of Uganda of Energy and Minerals. I'm inquiring, like she said formally, that they provide the mentorship programs, and inquiring on how we as students can join and easily access the mentorship programs.
Thank you so much. My name is Havasa Johnson. I'm a lecturer at Chambago University. My first question is, while one of the presenters was presenting, he mentioned about, is it the Energy Fund? How is it accessed? Is it for students? Is it for anyone having a project to undertake in the energy sector? Oh, then the other one is, as someone who started my career from industry, you know, and I've attended a lot of conferences whereby we tend to talk much about oil and gas jobs, but I think it is right now to say not every one of us can be employed in the oil and gas, but rather we can use the knowledge and skills we've acquired at universities.
Yeah, we'll have answers to those. And
thank you so much. I think we shall start with Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, moderator. I would want to take question 1, where the dean asked how the industry or what the universities can do to participate or do better to have more opportunities in this industry. From the regulatory perspective, I will just share a few activities that I think the universities can participate in. Currently, we have a lot of ongoing studies. If you've been following what they put them in the news, we are searching maybe improvements in permeability. How can we improve reservoir protection in Kingfisher? How can we do? So these oil and gas companies are doing studies. Most of this research, of course, this is on record, but you find it's being done abroad. You understand? We would want that in the future such capacity is retained internally. How can we position ourselves to do that? So we need to build infrastructure. I had an opportunity to visit this university. I think late last year, I think I met Mr. Fortunate and went through the labs and solar facilities. We would want to put in place infrastructure to be able to take on such researches. I happen to have stayed in Nigeria for quite a time, and if you went to Nigeria, professors are the richest oil and gas people. Because when Total puts out a request for a study or a research, the universities have capacities to conduct such studies. So most of them were parking big cars, Broncos, because they have positioned the institutions to be able to solve industry problems. And these problems are not only now, they will keep coming. They get challenges and they need research. As a regulator, we are not very happy when we keep signing money and you find all the money is going abroad. I can see there is all of us here are Ugandans. So this can be. So we would want to have a lot of this money retained locally, and we would want the universities to come through. If such opportunities come up, bid, show your capacity. Of course, you may not succeed once or twice, but a third, people may say, maybe these people have something. They'll get interested in what you're doing. You could start from there. 2, and I will speak to what the lecturer from Chambago mentioned, the fact that not everyone can be involved, will be employed in the industry. Let's focus also on the periphery services that the industry focuses on. I've seen that good gentleman, I think he's an alumni of McMaster, wearing a shirt from Inspector Technology. How many of you know Inspector, that they do NDT inspection of oil and gas facilities? So the focus goes to majorly on the big players, Total, UNOC, CNOC. But then work is actually in the contractor's side. the likes of mud engineering, cementing engineering. If you go to developed economies like Nigeria, you find 90%, almost 100% of all mud engineering, cementing services are localized. Okay, 100% I think for mud engineering. You don't find a foreign mud engineering company in Nigeria. No, they can't allow that because they have built capacity to put themselves in a place to do that work. We may not have a technology to drill yet. That will take us a bit of time to have a local company run a rig, but we would be interested in seeing a transition of moving such periphery activities that support the oil and gas industry to be able to have a lot of local participation. I think I'll submit at that, moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think Mr. Cosmos can go next.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I also just have a same question to add on to. My colleague has already talked a lot on what universities can do in order to actively involve in oil and gas sector. I must say universities are one of the key stakeholders because that's where the human resource really comes from. In addition to his submission, I just want to also encourage universities. I've seen a lot of other stakeholders, religious leaders, political leaders, cultural leaders going into Albert and Graben to physically, see these projects and their progress. But it's a bit shocking that the people who are training the human resource for these projects, I think most of them either have not even reached the Albert and Graben to see what is going on there, or it's a bit shocking. I think it's one thing that universities can explore to begin to write proposals to these companies. I'm not saying that you will write one proposal and it will go through, but it's better to try it out and see if you can get a space to go and also see what's going on in the Albert and Graben. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ogun, do you want? Okay. Ronya can go next, it's okay.
I'm sorry I didn't get the gentleman's name from Kumba University, but I would clarify, as the CEO promised at the breakfast meeting, yes, the graduate training program did kick off. We started with 4 people, and 2 are already well placed, who we mentored for a period of over 6 months, and 2 are already placed in 2 of the best companies, Total and SLB, and the 2 others were retained at the chamber. So I would say the program kicked off, but because it's a lot of things that are involved in there, things like finances, things like, so I would say it will cater for each and everyone, but those that are lucky will benefit from it. And of recent, we ran an advert of soft skill training, and we requested the 4th years and the fresh graduates below 2 years of graduation to actually register for this training. It's through this training that we shall be able to pick the best students that we shall place with the different companies. So if you belong in any of that category, I would encourage you to register, and I think it closes today actually. You need to be on your phone right now, register, so that you can, if you are lucky and you fit the criteria, then you could be, we shall mentor you and you can be placed in the different organizations. Then from Chambogo, about the access on the mentorship program, on our website there is a link that actually leads you to join the Junior Chamber program. So please access our program. I am here, you can meet me after. I can lead you to the website. Register, it's for free of charge, no one pays for subscription or anything. Please register, and we usually run adverts on the different programs that are running in the Junior Chamber. So when you see one, please register for it. I think that's it.
Thank you so much. I feel like that is all. Oh. Yes?
There was a question about oil spillage.
Right.
Yes. For pipelines, our pipelines are buried. We've buried all our flow lines and feed lines, and even the eco pool will be buried so deep. Even the Nile, we had an interesting project for HDD crossing the Nile, where we had to pass the pipes about 40 meters below the riverbed. Yeah, so the risk of spillage and leaks on the surface are minimizing that way, trying to create a very stable network. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing more hands up, but we're short of time. But yes, I think the two.
Sorry, thank you for allowing me to comment on a Dean's question, because I had a comment. If I don't comment about it, it will be very unfair. What universities can do to make sure they help out the industry. When I was in Heriot, they had a research park. Actually, we students who were inconveniencing them, they looked at us as an inconveniencing. They were more into research, and you would find companies coming in to come and bring in their problems to the university to solve. And you find like 1,000 people doing research. Then for us, it's just a by the way, because it's the university at the end of the day. So research is very important. I can give an example. When we are reviewing field development plans for the Terenga project, Total had the challenge of removing polymer out of produced water. If you inject polymer into the reservoir, you produce it the other side, you take it back to the CPF for cleaning. Okay, you get oil, you get water, you get gas, but polymer is still in the water. How do you remove polymer out of the water before you re-inject it? Which kind of technology do you use? They wanted an in-place kind of technology. So this is where the universities should come in and say, actually we can research on this, offer a solution, you copyright it, and it's rolled all over the world. It's like a challenge they had. They actually, up to now, they don't even have a solution. How do you remove polymer in the water, in the produced water? The kind of membranes you use, how is it cost effective? So that's one. So universities, they should strategize themselves as research centers, innovation centers for the industry. Industry should be coming to the universities to look for solutions. That's one. Secondly, universities also should try to make sure that they interact with the people with experience in the industry. I was in a Ware Academy in Amsterdam, just a short course, but most of the people that were talking to us were merely senior 4 people, some of them P7, but with too much experience. They have stayed on the industry for a very long time. They know what to do. You cannot tell them anything and they don't know what can happen. They can predict that this thing is going to happen. He knows his thing. English aside, they are really good people. So we have people who have left the industry, who are very experienced, who know what the industry is all about. They can come and help the young people to make sure that they learn very quick in terms of universities. By the time they leave the university, they are hands-on experience. Thank you very much.
All right. I've been guided that those who still had questions, we're really sorry, but there is another panel after lunch where you can keep the questions and you will have ample time to answer. Otherwise, thank you so much for having us, and I want to thank the great speakers that have just being here. May God bless you, and thank you so much. Succeed we must.
Ladies and gentlemen, another hand clap. We are very sorry for the technical difficulties that have disturbed us today, but you will bear with us. We are trying to have them solved. Yes, panels are usually very interesting because they help give us an insight on the different things that have been talked about during the day. So thank you so much, and I think the moderator did a very good job to make sure that we get as much information. And I know we still have very, very many questions from within the audience, and I believe most of those can be addressed by the second panel. We are trying to make sure that since we did not have a lot of breakfast, we're trying to make sure that we have lunch as soon as possible, and we don't want anything to stand between you and lunch. So this juncture, allow me invite our next speaker, who is going to stand between us and lunch. Yeah, it is usually a hard job to be the one to stand between the people and the lunch, but you bear with us that this gentleman is part of the technical team that is updating the petroleum reservoir report and reservoir management and field development for Kingfisher project. He is a member of the technical committee at UNBS that are drafting the standards in oil and gas for Uganda. Until recently, he participated in the multi-stakeholder group under the constituency tasked with prioritizing industry challenges. He has trained many petroleum engineering and geoscience interns from Makerere University, Mbari University of Science and Technology, Nkumba University, Chambogo University, and many other universities that are training petroleum engineers in Uganda. As a geoscience lecturer at Nkumba University, he has supported students in bridging the technical gap between the industry and the academia. So he has served on the board of SPE Uganda from 2018 to 2020. That board is the board that won the first and 3 consecutive SPE Excellence and Presidential Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, in brief, this gentleman is a high-profile gentleman. Join hands with me to welcome Mr. Callisto Ogwang. Thank you.
January 1968, the North Vietnam Army decided to launch a surprise attack on the American troops in their country. It was a Tet. That is the New Year Lunar. In the Vietnam tradition, for over a decade, there was never any fighting on a Tet Day. But that year, in 1968, the North Vietnam generals decided that they would cause a surprise attack to overwhelm the American military. And their hope was that they were going to overhaul the entire situation and cause a swift end to the war. 850,000 troops were deployed in across 125 destinations in the country, catching the American troops totally unaware. By the end of 1 week, about 1,000 troops of the American soldiers had died, and about 35,000 of the Vietnam armies had been lost. And days went by. Weeks, months, they became a year, and 1 year became 2 years, and 3 years, and 4, until it was 10 years. By the end of the war, the Americans had lost nearly 58,000 of their troops. And Vietnam had lost 3 million people. Now here's where it gets interesting. America won literally every battle, and they repelled literally every attack that was given unto them. Every attack. But still, they lost the war. And this brings a very interesting question to say, how do you win every battle, scatter your enemy, and still lose the war? Now, to understand this, I studied a very wonderful book from a New York Times theologian. His name is James. And in his work, he clearly defines the definitions of what we call finite and infinite games. Now, as long as you have a competitor, you have a game. Finite games have non-players. You have agreed upon terms, and you agree how somebody wins the game. And in the end, all of you are satisfied. Take a look at football, for example. We agree whoever wins the goal has the biggest number of goals at the end of the game is the winner. And we all go home happy. Now, infinite games, on the other hand, has non-players and unknown players. In other words, you don't know who your enemy is. Now, the terms are even interchangeable. And the goal of the game is to keep it continuing, ongoing, until you cannot sustain it anymore. Just take a look at the Cold War, for example. The Soviet Union and their enemies continued to fight without having an end. So you either run out of the resources, run out of the will, or you drop out. But the game continues. Now, I came to discover that actually America lost the war because they were working with a finite mindset. While America was working to win, or fighting to win, the North Vietnamese people were working for their lives. They had to defend an entire generation from being wiped out from the American aggressors. In our pursuit for a career this 21st century, I have come to guide that I would advise that you use an infinite mindset in pursuing your careers as students and young professionals, and even professionals that are in this room. Win. And when you work to win, there is a very drastic decline in trust. You decline in cooperation. And you have an infinite mindset. It makes you to make very long-term strategic decisions that actually result in the long run for your career success. Now, to do this, I identified 5 ways in which you can easily implement to say that in 1987, he was a Pan-Africanist and a strong believer that the world needed to be a better place. His major fight was to see that there is equality and women emancipation, and Burkina Faso become the land of the righteous people. And his career actually started at an age like many of you, about 20, and that was around 1970, where he finds himself in Madagascar. And there was a student uprising fighting for equality that gave him a very firm belief that he needed to do the same thing when he returned to his home country. So he comes back in 1983, power. Something that you're proud to say you fought for. Now, because somebody took a drastic decision, a decision that would not be taken on normal circumstances. Sabat Sankara, the one we were talking of, his career was meant to be, his parents wanted him to become a priest, but he chose to take a career in the military. Had it not been for his flexible decisions, we would have not seen the Upper Volta become named as Burkina Faso, which we now know today. He went ahead to reduce his salary to just $450 per month, sold all the government luxury cars, and went ahead to use the money to sanction roads and railway projects across the country. And by the way, he made Renault 5, which was back then the lowest ranking car in Burkina Faso, to become the official state vehicle. We find ourselves in a very dynamic situation where careers have changed. In the 19th century, the boom days of industrial revolution, all you needed to do was just to study civil engineering and get yourself a civil engineering job. An environmental engineer is an environmental engineer. But times have changed, and the dynamics are so unpredictable. Companies are now hiring from third parties. The international jobs, the outsourcing. So you cannot predict a career based on a traditional mindset. You need to make existential flexibility with your career and know that the game is to achieve at the end of the journey. There is a very wonderful book that I got. It's called The Handbook for Career Development, written by Gideon from an international perspective. So I encourage you to actually explore that book and see how it can help you in your career pursuit. The fifth point is the courage to lead. We all know this famous rule called the 80-20% rule. Of course, at any one instant, 80% of the people will be doing something, and 20% will not be doing something. 80% of the people will do 20% of the job, and the 20% will actually do the 80% of the job. I have tested this principle, and it works in literally every aspect of life. You see, for a chain of dominoes to fall, the first one has to take courage and fall, and the rest will follow. In a recent study, the US company called Rhizome Lab conducted a survey on over 1,000 workforce people in the US, and they discovered that actually 86% of the people had not succeeded in the career they wanted. To make even matters worse, 72% of them regretted having failed to achieve their careers. Now, I can forgive somebody for failing to achieve the career they wanted in life, but what I cannot forgive at the end of this speech is somebody regretting why they are where they are. And I'll tell you why. When you regret, you are working with a finite mentality, thinking that when I get this job, I have succeeded. But turns out that is not the case. The system is rigged a bit to make you think it is a finite game, and yet we are in a very infinite game. There is no such thing as winning in your marriage. There is no such thing as winning in your friendships. You cannot win in international diplomacy, and neither can you win in your career. So I implore you to take courage in your career pursuit. And whether you like it or not, you are the only career, you are the only leader responsible for your career, and nobody else. Be the domino, take the 20% risk, and make decisions that are sometimes radical for you to be mistaken, so that in the end you get the ultimate fulfillment that you crave for. There is a writer called Foida who said that the mystery of human existence lies not in living, but in finding something to live for. Surely, all our lives are finite, but life on its own is infinite. We all come and we all go. And whether you like it or not, You cannot choose when you stay or when you leave. And life continues. The only tool you have is to carefully select how you live your life and how you pattern your career. When we live with a finite mindset, it means we are working with a career to win, competing against one another and fighting for things that will actually never satisfy us. On the other hand, when we work with an infinite mindset, we are working to support one another. We are working to see for the better good, getting content and fulfillment in every little part of a career that you have. Today I work with Inspector, tomorrow I will work with Sinok, another day I'm doing business, another day I am planting trees, or I begin to work with the ministry. It doesn't matter. What is so important is the end goal, which is an infinite approach that you have adapted. When we do an infinite game, we need to find a just cause. We need to have trusting friends around us. Let us select worthy role models. Make existential decisions in our daily lives, and most importantly, be the dominant to take the lead and responsibility for your own career. And when we do an infinite game, we are not working for ranks, not titles, not high pay, not even awards, but what we want is to keep the candle burning. And so I say, the decision is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for him. Yes, I believe I actually warned you that he's a high profile gentleman. I think he has really lived to the name. The second panel is meant to be a young professionals panel. And these ladies and gentlemen have promised us that they still have the energy. And also the people that are preparing the lunch have told me they still need 5 or 10 minutes or so. So we are requesting that you bear with us, and we have the second panel for the young professionals. I believe this is going to be a high packed panel. A lot of information is going to be shared because the young professionals, the YPs, these are people that have not like really spent a lot. This is where most of us are going very soon. And I believe they have a lot of experiences and knowledge to share with, and I'm sure they are prepared a lot for us. So ladies and gentlemen, let's allow that we have the second panel. Thank you so much.
Guys, I know we are hungry, but we can hold on for, a few more, like 20 minutes. So for our panel session 2, for the young professionals, whom I think we can all relate to, especially for us as students. We have the first gentleman, has just graduated from here at Saste. He was the valedictorian for the 31st graduation ceremony. He did a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering. Of course, as I said, valedictorian. He won an award of Best Male Engineering Student, which was awarded by ERB at the World Engineers Day celebrations. And through his time at the university, was a very proactive gentleman, always quick to action. He aided the SPE Petrobol team during their competitions, and he has done really a great deal for this university, for the petroleum engineering students. So please welcome Mr. Demerero Philip Martin. Yes, and for the second speaker, we have a lady who also graduated from Barra University under the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. She was doing the same course, a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering and environmental management. She is a health, safety and environmental officer at SLB, that is Lambaja, and she's also a diversity and inclusion representative under the SPE Uganda section. She also holds a certificate of health, safety and environment, and she was also a former Petrobola. Please welcome Juliet Alleluia. For our third panelist, we have a gentleman who graduated from Makerere University with a bachelor's degree in petroleum geoscience and production. He's also a member of SPE and has served in various positions. He was also a general secretary of SPE MOOC chapter. He was selected among the top 10 students globally to attend the International Petroleum Technology Conference, the IPTC 2022 in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And he was also an intern at CNOC and is currently working as a gyro data field specialist in the drilling and measurement department at Slambaja. Please welcome Mr. Ayure Gerald. And for our final panelist, she is a surface and production systems officer at SLB. She has also served as surface production system specialist in the drilling phase of Tilenga. She's also a health, safety, and environment officer. She served once at Uganda Breweries Limited, and she went to Chambogo University, where she did her Bachelor's of Science in Oil and Gas, and she also served as president and vice president of their association. Please welcome Ms. Florence Naijuka. So our panelists, you're most welcome, and we await to feed from the fountain of knowledge you're about to share with us. I will now invite the panelist, the moderator, Mr. Ezekiel Okwir. Yes, he's a student from Barrow University in his final year, offering a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering and environmental management. He also serves as the SPE Mass Chapter Public Relations Officer and also as the representative of the Air Force. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm Okwir Ezekiel, the SPE Public Relations, Barrow University Students Chapter. I'm also a Year 4 class representative, like the MCs already said. I thank everyone for coming here today, and for this specific panel, it's going to be really exciting, because as you can see, the number is even, first of all. That's a nice thing. And when you look at the gender balance, it's there, perfect. So we hope for a very wonderful discussion. Yeah, so I don't want to really keep us waiting for so long. I think we should go straight to the questions I have for these young professionals in the field. Yeah. My first question goes to Mr. Gerald Oyire. Yes, from SLB. The question is, what key lessons have you learned as a young professional in the oil and gas industry that you wish you knew as a student? Yeah, this is a very interesting question, and I would really like him to tell us what he has picked from the oil and gas industry that he wish he knew when he was a student, like during his time as a student. Like most of us here are students. Yeah. So I welcome you, Mr. Gerald Oyire, for this session. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. Greetings to all the audience, and thank you, SPE Mast, for organizing such wonderful session. I congratulate you for this. Like you have introduced me, I'm a young professional currently in Slambaje. This is my second year in SLB, so I'm really qualified to be a young professional. So the question you've asked me actually takes me back a bit to the time I was in the university, vis-a-vis what I'm seeing currently. So I'll approach it in a way that I'm the student at the university right now. So one thing, first of all, I thank Ms. Ronia, who really tapped on key things of networking, soft skill, and so on. Please, I will not dwell much on that, but I will ask you to take that. I will just really need for emphasis. You need to build a network both professionally among your peers, get mentorship, learn those soft skills and so on that you need. One thing that used to worry me most while I was at university was the worry I had of life after school. Most students, by the time they join year 1 or even in year 2, they'll be like, will I get a job? life after school. But I remember one statement from my daughter mentor immediately I joined Macquarie University. Those of you who know Professor Barry Faijo, the first statement he told me, your worry right now should be how to get the degree. Get the degree and pass it very well, and then wait for what life will bring next. So let's not worry while we are in year one. I'm not meaning we should not prepare for life after campus, no. But let that not worry you to the extent that you can't even concentrate because of what will life be. Honestly, I never knew I would be in SLB or where, but then I had that figure that at least I would be somewhere one day, and the only worry I had was how to pass my degree very well. So I leave that to the students. I wish I knew maybe the worry there is a way in one way contributed to, my life at university. One thing I also want to tell you is the industry outside here actually needs brilliant and yet active students or active people outside. It's not enough to bang a degree, whether it's a first class or what. I think you need to be active, be more than just, attending lectures and so on. You need to be an active student. Take on leadership roles. Not to brag, but I managed to excel in my academics. I got a first class, but if you check on the activities I did on my CV, I was the president SPE, I was in these other local Macquarie University Petroleum Geology Society and very many other societies within. And very many of these people here, and these ones were actually, she was the president, Kogusa, she was like, we were so active. Don't just be in academia and reading books only, whereas it is one primary goal, but then be active. Look out for opportunities where you can serve and be seen and recognized. What will differentiate between me and you if we both have first class? What's the difference? They will be like, okay, this one on top of excelling academically, he went ahead and did this and that has now differentiates you from someone else. Next is I want to talk about looking for opportunities as early as possible. Well, when you're at school, it does not contradict with my first statement of not worrying after school, but I mean, as you're studying, try to plan for what next after, maybe as you approach fourth year. My job I applied when in my fourth year. Still in school, it took time to be called for interviews, it took time, the entire process. By the time I joined, it was actually almost like 2 years after. So as you're there, try to plan. Be broad, don't just look at joining SLB and so on. I've seen a number of people in these, I'd end up in Total, where we all want, but then they have humble beginnings. Let's not underestimate the power of humble beginnings. I, for one, after graduation like this, I first started with the water company, drilling boreholes and so on. But trust me, when I went to the panel of the interview with Slambad, when they asked me what have you been doing, I tried to describe. It was totally outside what I studied, but then I was telling them I was drilling boreholes, doing this and that. Before I knew, after the interviews, I ended up in the drilling and measurements department. I'm not saying that what you're doing is where you end up with, but at least they want to see you've been outside there. Whether you're directly doing anything related or outside or related, they just want to see someone who is active. Most of us are from school, have no experience at all, but then the companies are not looking for only experienced people. They want people who can be trained and adapt to they can train you. So you have to demonstrate that really I've been also active here and here, whereas after school I did not get the opportunity to go into oil and gas directly, but I've been doing this and that. So in the interest of time, I will not spend a lot of time talking about, but then I believe after the session here we'll have time to interact and talk more. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a round of applause to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Gerald Oyire. I've noted a few things from his statement. He talked about being flexible. Yeah, we are in the oil and gas department, but I think it's wise to know that all of us want to be absorbed as much as we want the industry or the sector. So I think we need to be flexible, but in a way that we are in line with at least what we studied. Because I, for example, my second year internship, I did it with a hydrogeological company. We're drilling boreholes. Yes. So I applied my knowledge in drilling engineering of year 2 to the same drilling that we are applying in the boreholes. And there was a very little difference, only maybe in the drill bits and the depth of drilling. Yeah. So we also talked about us worrying about life after campus. Of course, right now, finalists in the house, you can feel it. we are also worried. We don't know what the future holds for us. Because you know, in 2 months from now, you won't have upkeep. You will be somewhere home, and yeah, you have to sustain yourself. The lifestyle you had, you have to continue with it. So let's embark on what you have said. Let's apply to these companies. Let's do it in time. At times, I wake up at 2 a.m. in the night, and I go to LinkedIn. Just randomly, but I believe there always is links to scholarships, to, you know, these graduate training courses, and I just apply randomly. I don't know. You know, by now you should be having your CV, your resume, as a finalist. So, that's it from our first speaker. I think my second question and the second speaker, like I said, is gender balance. I think we can feel it, right? We shall have a panelist. This is Ms. Florence Najuma. And my question to you goes as brief as, how can young professionals actively drive innovation?
I'm privileged to be here. This is quite, I'm privileged to be here. This is quite a memorable day for me because learning does not stop. I've learned a lot from the previous speakers, especially my mentor, Callisto Gwang. He has spoken to me. You know, as you go on and grow, there are certain fears in you, there are certain steps you want to take, and you feel maybe you could hold on, and then when you pray to God to get answers to certain questions, He passes through such speeches and succeed, because eventually you get to realize it's not about the win, the what people will see, but what exactly is your impact? What legacy are you going to leave? What will people remember you for? So briefly, I wanted to pass on that before I delve into the question. So for our question you've asked me, it's quite a good question that I want to link it to the theme of today, which is innovative pathways for integrating fossil fuels and renewables for a sustainable energy transition. First of all, sustainability is all about having energy resources that are more affordable, more reliable, and accessible. So we've seen the statistics that have been presented by PAU, and you know how Uganda, we are still like relying on biomass fuels, like for the greater percentage, 90%. So as young professionals that are trying to bridge the knowledge that we got from the universities, and then the practicability that we are getting from the fields, especially if you get the chance to be in these companies that are technological based, like you find yourself asking yourself, what can I do to fit in or to create an impact, and especially to my country. So I would advise all young professionals that there is really something we can do, and this would involve us getting into the research, collaborating with the universities, especially the universities that we come from. Like we normally do end of year projects, and you could actually find that you can apply the knowledge from your research project that you've done in the field and have a way to bring it back to the university and develop it into a better perspective. This industry is equally evolving. Like we see there's a lot of concern on the environmental aspects, and so we are supposed to be dynamic and move with the changes that are coming up. So as young professionals, I also think we can leverage the digital technologies. These are the Internet of Things, for example, AI, to come up with solutions. For example, the Nigerian young professionals have come up with actually AI-powered tools that help them track the different ways of managing the oil pipelines to avoid the theft and have efficiency in these businesses. So we could also equally, since we are a young industry, look at such researches and how we can develop this prior to getting there. Before we get into production, how can we maximize or optimize the drilling processes that are ongoing? What are these operators looking at? Like, what are their problems as they go on? Because it's a challenging environment. And what are those problems? And can we be able to come up with solutions as young professionals? And suggest also to the stakeholders, especially the government that does the regulatory frameworks, so that we also contribute our part to favor even the startups, because not everyone, like some lecturers have said, is going to be directly employed. But if you know that you really want to lay an impact, you can always have startups that are towards the transition and that are focusing on the renewables. And these companies like Total, even SLB, are there to support us in different ways. So I'll conclude by saying it's as such within us that we need to know and know what impact should we create and how best can we achieve this. And in the end, we are the future of the energy sector of Uganda. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to Miss Florence Najuma. Again, another one. Florence here incited mostly about, she started with collaborative energy with our universities or institutions about our startups. And I think she mentioned starting up small. There's always a beginning, there's always a start to everything. And in the end, it can manifest. Yeah. So my question, just still on her, I would want to inquire something. Because right now, most of us have done quite many projects. We have exhibited them, and we are still exhibiting them down. We have a session for that. But how is the industry, for example, the companies we're working for and many others, our sponsors here, are we providing an avenue where these projects are actually being considered or used? Because I think in the oil expo at Chambogo University, I think last year, our university took, I think, won a project in an oil rig. If you look, this is like, the project was about a device that detects a kick or a blowout. So, of course, the knowledge was really powerful. People liked it, the judges were happy, people appreciated it, everyone was excited. So, beyond that, where are we taking this as an industry? Or we are just leaving it at that, I get my award, and after, it's really done. I would really want this, at least tackled a bit before we proceed to our next speaker. Thank you.
Well, to answer that in a nutshell, I believe there are different avenues that we can go through. First of all, through our universities, because that way we can access the relevant bodies to help us push now, for example, those projects that are really good. And then we also have SPE, for example, where you could actually push your project for a peer review, for example, from experienced people to give you guidance. Sometimes these also have gaps that can actually be addressed by the experienced people, such that by the time it reaches maybe to the person that needs it, that's the operator, maybe Total, that would really need it, it has been polished and it's ready to be implemented in the project. But as well, like I said, it's also good to actually know what is on ground first, because certain things can be really good, but when they are not applicable to our oil industry in Uganda. So it's also incumbent on us to really find out what is really taking place in our projects, what are the actual problems that these companies are facing, and then we collaborate with our different stakeholders to take these on and push them forward. But there are different avenues which we can go through to have this pushed forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Lawrence, once again. I think we can give her another round of applause. Yeah, like I spoke of gender balance previously, I beg to differ a bit. So our next speaker will be Miss Juliet, hallelujah, a former student of Saste. Personally, she used to inspire me, but she didn't even know, because I didn't have the opportunity. I think I was in year 1 by the time she was in year 3. So the interaction was quite very little. Yeah, I got to know her from the time of Petro Bowl. I think they won and they had to represent the country far away, abroad. Yeah. So Miss Juliet, thank you so much for honoring the invite and being on the panel. Yeah, I have a brief question for you as well. What are the biggest misconceptions students have about breaking into the oil and gas industry, and how can they navigate them? We have very many misconceptions about getting into the field. I'm sure each one of us here at least has something. You know, I can't go to the field, this and this and this. So these are just misconceptions. We have seen people who are in the field, meaning we can do it. So she's here to clear or give us some of our misconceptions which got nullified when she joined the field. I think she's the best presenter for that. Juliet, you're welcome for that session. Thank you.
Thank you for granting me this great opportunity. Once again, my name is Juliet Anemia, a former student here at Saste. So to be straight to what I've been asked without wasting time, when we talk about misconceptions, we are looking at things that we tend to think about in a wrong way, especially when it comes to the oil and gas industry. So to start from the first point to give out, it's the biggest one actually, where most people be like, you have to be an engineer to be in oil and gas industry. You find someone is like, no, I'm doing accounting, I'm doing some other kind of work or some other program that I'm undertaking at the university. But then you tend to forget that the oil and gas industry is actually too broad in a way that it accommodates almost everyone. So I can, when you are to take a sample space here, very few people here are undertaking non-engineering programs. I'm sure the information went on viral even up to town campus, but people are like, no, that's about engineering, that's about oil and gas, so I'm not attending, not knowing it's actually for everyone and you can be also absorbed in. Secondly, I'm going to talk about the fact that most of us, we intend to think about joining the oil and gas industry. You have to be experienced. We tend to be like, it's so difficult actually to join the oil and gas industry. Okay, at some point, it's kind of true, but at a greater point, it's not true. If you can look at the current job adverts that have been running from the different companies here that are undertaking activities in the different projects, they have at least tried to look at the young graduates, like those job entry positions, but the fact that we don't take time to look at we don't look at it. You look at the experience and then like, no, I'm not applying. So as a student, you have to also take a note that it's not all about experience. Try to research, get exposed, and find a way of getting integrated within the industry. Then another point I can talk about, which is
renewable energy, which is hydropower. Yeah, so all these are opportunities that the young professionals and those that are actually coming in here can take on. Yeah, SLP has a vision, I think 2050, named Carbon Zero.
But
industries from across the globe are actually moving on. They are trying to find a way to have net zero carbon emission. It doesn't mean that you go away with the fossils. No, it means
you actually work to try and combat the bad that you're bringing up. So the government is bringing in the Kira Motors initiative, the Kira Motors Corporation. This is also another opportunity that you could take up as a young professional. You could actually work there, right? So earlier on, there was a speaker that said the different companies are actually being advised to use like the Kira Motors buses instead of having independent public means of transport, or like one person using a car at a time. So you can see how they're actually pushing for this. They're actually moving in that direction. Yeah, and in the oil and gas sector, young professionals, actually this starts from campus. How do you contribute to this? It's all through research. If you walk around through MUST, I am proud to say that my name is on big projects around. You'll see a structure down there. I played a big role in that under the supervision of the Deputy Dean. When you go to the labs, I was working with a team of we were a team of 3, and we were in charge of the petroleum lab. But what were we doing? We were looking for a way to enhance oil recovery by using biosilica rice husks and SDS surfactant. This is sodium dodosyl sulfate surfactant. So you check that you have to have an initiative. Don't just come in here and learn all the way. No. Take the keynote. Be the change you want to see in others. Take note in leadership posts. Be active in the different projects around your campus. This goes on for the different visiting universities as well. I do believe you actually have major projects going on at your universities. Make sure you play a role in that. Leave your name at a place that you actually want it to be. Yeah, and when I am to move on to okay, let me move on to the second question. And this is the support that we as the young professionals need from the industry, the government, yeah, and academia. The first thing is the industry academia collaboration. Yeah, I happen to be a beneficiary of something like this. It's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and that is between SINOC Uganda Limited and Imbarara University of Science and Technology. Yeah, I was in my second year, and I had the privilege to be taken up as one of the interns at SINOC, and this is through such initiatives. And how I wish we could have more of this, maybe Total having MOUs with the different universities across the country, and make sure that everyone is actually represented. PAU, the same goes to you people. The ministry has done an incredible job. It actually takes in everyone. Yeah, because I have friends that did their internships from ministry. They are even doing their graduate training from ministry. Yeah, so that's the first thing, the industry and academia collaboration. Yeah, then of course, when you're at campus, you should have a mentor. This is something I actually had undermined until I was finishing my first year. And I looked up to my elders, the people in 3rd and 4th year, and they always had someone that was behind their success. So what did I do? I moved on, got a mentor, and that mentor happened to be my head of department, and he was actually welcoming. So to the different academic personnel in here, please, when a student comes to you, provide a listening ear and provide that mentorship needed. Direct them, because I do believe you see the potential in these people, right? So just give them that that hearing ear and help them out. Yeah. Then, of course, internships, but that comes back to MOUs. Yeah. But also as a student, as a young professional to be or in the making, push for these initiatives. I first heard of Inspector Africa from one of our own, Shefra. She did her internship from Inspector Africa. And that's how I got to know about Inspector Africa. And I am proud to say I did my graduate training from Inspector Africa. I joined Inspector Africa early October last year. That was before my graduation, a few weeks before my graduation. And I've successfully completed my graduate training and I've been absorbed as an employee. Yeah, and this is all because of, thank you very much. This is because of a student that was actually in a class below me. She did her research and did her internship with Inspector Africa. Yeah, I think that's all I had to say. We are in the West, and if we are to speak, I believe the cows have to first go back home. Okay, thank you very much.
Once again, let us clap for Martin Philip. It was a wonderful one. Thank you so much, Martin, for all that. And he mentioned some of the sponsors here and the companies that are trying to take us up for internship. We are really so grateful. For example, Ministry of Energy. At least Ministry of Energy, here at MUST, we know that once you apply, your chances of getting above 70. Why? Because of them. The people who were there before us, they played a key role. They left a legacy. So I think I urge every one of us to continue striving hard and let no opportunity at least go unnoticed. The next session will be the question and answers. Yeah, like I said before, this is not a church, so where whatever the pastor says is final. Here we are having a dialogue, so let's feel free to engage these panelists. You may never see them again. So at this juncture, let us have question and answers, and I would like someone to help me. Okay, I can do it.
I'm Pathias Ndiavishka, the assistant lecturer at MUST, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. I have a question. I'm an environmentalist, and I always care much, and I always love much the environment, and I'm always concerned about it. I have a question to Madame Juliet. Hallelujah. So as an environmental officer, I had in your introductions, you're an environmental officer of SBL. I would like you to, how would you advise the young professionals to actively, how they can actively participate in promoting sustainable and a clean environment while on their career path, while in their communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we can have the next question. Yeah, gender balance, thank you.
Thank you so much, the panelists. I'm Katisi Sarakutosi. I'm a young professional and at the same time a student at Chambogo University. My question goes to Juliet. Hallelujah. You talked about stereotypes, but I happen to have a friend who was a victim of stereotypes. She went for an interview with one of the Chinese companies. I'll not disclose. They told her she passed, she was good, and then they went ahead to let her know that they couldn't hire her for that position because she is a lady.
the position was for Kensington operator. But we have seen in the field at the rig, Florence, for example, she goes into the cellar. She does the work that most people consider to be masculine. So how would you react, or what advice would you give to someone who would face such a stereotype, more so during an interview panel? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think let us have the last question and we go for our lunch break. Yes, please.
First of all, I would love to thank the panelists for the incredible and valuable session. My name is Paul Pasquale. I'm doing petroleum engineering at the International University of East Africa. My question was supposed to go to the previous panel, but because of the time, I couldn't ask. But nonetheless, my question goes to Juliet and Martin. Concerning the internship, basically most of us, I believe in this room, not all of us are Ugandans. We have foreigners among us from Sudan, South Sudan, Congo. And my question is, what are the chances of these students who study in University of Ugandan University in all over Uganda? What are the chances of enrolling in internship in any Ugandan institution, whether Petroleum Authority or UNOC or SINOC or any other institution? What are the chances? Because most of the students sometimes they are left with no options and they have to go back to their countries to do their internship. So I'm trying to know what are the chances out of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother from IEA. I think at this point, let us give the panelists time to tackle these questions. And the rest that still have questions, I think we shall engage more with these panelists in the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful questions. So to start with a question from the assistant lecturer about how students can contribute towards environmental protection. So there are very many ways. First of all, you have to ensure that you participate actively in the initiatives that are always running, aiming at protecting the environment. I can say there are very many, for example, NGOs, right? NGOs, even at campus itself, these companies like Total, they have the Go Green initiative, so you can actively participate into that and as well contribute to the agenda of protecting our environment. Then I can as well talk about putting it into writing. Today, I'm sure most of us think that for you to participate into writing, you have to be in academia, which is not true as well. I've seen very many professionals share knowledge through writing. So you can have your idea about environmental protection, and then you want it to be known by not very many people or a very large group of people. You can put it into writing and get it published. There you have participated, not physically, but through writing. To tackle the second question about stereotypes, I'm actually one of the people who don't like that, to the extent that I'm actually representing the diversity and inclusion under SPE. So what does that mean? I always look at the fact that, of course, as ladies, most times we intend to be underlooked, just like you highlighted, and we can't say that that's something that can be eliminated in one day. So some of the organizations or companies still have that kind of underlooking or not taking in the ladies for some positions. Yes, at some point you find, like in the field, you find some jobs require that manpower, but it's not something that we should base on to be like, I'm not going for it. At least she tried to apply for it. She didn't fear to apply for it. She applied and got the feedback. But that one shouldn't really stop her from going on and trying to look for more opportunities. It can be a discourage, like something to discourage her. But I look at it into something that can really actually inspire her the more to go and look for more opportunities where she can be absorbed in. It's not something that can really be implemented in one day. It's a process. So it's something that we are looking at, and as of today, I'm very sure the percentage of women in the oil and gas industry is about 22%. We used to be below 10%. So it's something that is evolving, and we are proud of it. And I think in the near future, or in the coming times, we shall always be represented and the percentage will increase. Let's not fear to go on and look for opportunities, because you are denied on one job opportunity and then you sit at home. Really, that's not something we should base on. Yeah.
I would like to add on as someone who is in a role that was once purely a manly role for quite some time, in that even here in Uganda, we had supervisors that had 35 to 30 years experience but had never worked with a lady. And we were the first ladies they worked with. So this, I would say it's a work in progress, first of all, because people have different mentalities. They feel they are actually protecting ladies from such kind of work sometimes. But when you show up and get that opportunity, for example, when SLB gave us that opportunity, you show up, you do it, and do it perfectly, because as a lady, to be honest, we have to literally work as twice as the men, first of all, to prove our worth, and that's the brutality about it. But these other companies that deny these ladies over a time get to see that actually ladies bring something to the table with our analytical eye, with our different ways of multitasking and problem solving. You find that you're an asset to the team, and eventually these Chinese actually look at it and say, oh, so even ladies can actually do this job. I would tell you that at some point we were 3 ladies at the rig running a job without a man, and we successfully drilled the well and completed it. This news moved to S level, Angola, Central and East Africa in SLB. And then they actually realized that globally we were the first females to do that job alone. So that alone inspires those other people that have those stereotypes to actually give opportunities to the ladies. As I speak now, these Chinese companies have started bringing ladies in these technical roles. At first they were only giving them document control roles, HSE roles, but as of now we have technical people in the field that belong to these companies that used to have stereotypes on ladies, and actually ladies are performing, and so it's a work in progress really.
Thank you so much, Miss Florence and Miss Julie. I hope the questions were answered as required. And in case you still have more, we shall have an engagement session with these panelists and every other professional you're seeing here. Yeah, because Saste 2025, one of the reasons why we came for it was for networking. Yeah, there's one more question left, and I think the panelist is going to be as brief as possible as we're trying to beat time. Yeah, I think it was delivered to Martin or Gerald. Julia. All right. It was yours.
Okay, I may not have a direct answer for you. I think Paul Pasco, yeah? But these are the things that we actually want to talk about. When you joined IUEA, did you make an initiative to know about internships? If you didn't, then you should, and I believe you should take an initiative to help the people below you. Big companies, PAU.
Yes, I know many of us have not had an opportunity to shine or to showcase our skills, but the time is here. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is to be served in the next 5 minutes, and I know each one of us will have an opportunity to perform, to see how well you can do. I can promise it's a very good package, very fat package that we prepared, and I hope you get to enjoy it.
Yes, before we proceed to go for lunch, we shall have a photo moment. But as they organize, I would like to recognize some of the faculty members from the different universities. We have Mr. Johnson Habasa, who is a senior lecturer from Chambogo University, who came together with the SPE Chambogo chapter, Otim Bernard Hilton. Yes, then we have Dr. Muteri Dennis, who is the SPE faculty advisor from Makerere University. Then we have Mr. Mwanzi James, who is the Oil and Gas Association patron from Victoria University. Then we have Dr. Mutwachi Nafi, who is from the International University of East Africa. We also have Mr. Chiza Charles, who is a lecturer and as well the head of department from UPIC.
Would like to request that the representatives from the different universities, all right, thank you so much. The people that are seated, kindly stay. All right, thank you so much. The people that are seated, kindly.
Sit in front.
Sorry? All right, thank you. I've been advised that we'll have the rest of the pictures after lunch. So let us allow the people at the front, please, to go for lunch. But then we'll have pictures for the different universities at the booth, and then I'd like to invite the different universities, the students only, to come and have a photo moment up front. So, students from Makerere University, please. I'm told there are 52 of you. I'm not sure if you can fit. You can, eh? Okay, please, Makerere University. Our dear speakers, kindly proceed for your lunch, and our dear students, kindly don't, the ushers are going to call you when it's time for lunch, so kindly stay seated. Thank you so much.
Who is going to watch the thing?
Organizing committee.
Organizing committee. I don't need to be here.
Yes, the organizing committee for the event.
And these will be moderated by one of the people I know who is so good at preaching, Mr. Mackenzie. So let's invite Mr. Mackenzie to take over the program from now. Thank you. But please, I hope all the people exhibiting are in the house. If you are not and you are called, you will be disqualified there and then. Yeah, all exhibitors, please come and sit near this beautiful lady, Belinda, our MC of the day.
Right, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So you are most welcome to Mbara University SPE once again. And I'm going to lead the pitching session. The previous speakers talked about a number of challenges, and these included low carbon intensity. They talked about the need for increase in petroleum advanced drilling and recovery technologies. They talked about Uganda's mission, Uganda's commitment to emission reduction. They talked about the net zero carbon by 2065. And finally, they talked about the need to bridge the gap between academia and industry. But how are we going to achieve this? All this is through the students innovating for the industry. And that's why at this moment we want to look at what students have come up with that is trying to solve these challenges that have been put up by the people from the industry. So there are 7 registered teams that are going to be pitching, and each team is going to take 3 minutes. 3 minutes of pitching and 2 minutes of question and answers. And we are going to have a criteria which the judges already have. One will be able to identify a challenge in the energy sector. And then we need to look at the innovative solution that these people have come up to solve this challenge. And finally, we also have the economic and environmental viability of these solutions to the energy sector. And then we'll also be considering the team competency. We want to be able to see if the team is actually competent or capable of developing these solutions. And finally, the strategic partnerships that these people are looking at having to be able to have these products come to market. So without wasting time, I'm going to invite the teams that are going to be pitching. So I'm going to be having one team here pitching, and then the next team will be on deck waiting for this team to finish. Then after this, we shall have demonstrations, but that will be only for the judges so that the program here can continue. So we shall have, we are going to start with Nkumba University, and their project is carbon capture, storage, and utilization. Let's welcome Nkumba University, and on deck we shall have Ale kick and blow out detector, Mbara University. Nkumba Thank you so much. You're alone?
No, I've my name is Tumukune Marvin. My name is Tumukune Marvin, and I'm representing Mkumba University SPE chapter.
Just note, you have 3 minutes. We have a timekeeper.
All right.
Thank you. So you can start now.
Our project is about carbon capture, storage and utilization, and it's basically about how we can capture carbon from emissions from industries, by creating a strong hydrocarbon bonds in formations where all hydrocarbons are not recovered. The history of carried out carbon capture with its primary goal of energy recovery. But years later, in the 1990s, in Europe and Norway, carbon capture was carried out by Norway to mitigate greenhouse emissions. As of today, the United States is the leading producer of carbon, producing 22.5 metric tons annually. Countries like China, Brazil, and the United Arab Emirates have shown significant progress with their capture capacity being tripled to 251 million metric tons combined. In Uganda, there is no carbon capture as of today. And with the promising oil and gas industry in the country, we expect emissions to go high, and therefore we will need carbon capture in the country. And this is where we come in with an idea of our project, targeting an audience of policymakers, stakeholders, and investors to invest in the project. Our objectives are to foster dialogue between policymakers, of course, stakeholders, and the public, to motivate and inspire action by showcasing our ideas of the project, and also to inform the public about the science, the processes, and the significance of carbon capture, storage, and utilization. So that's basically what our project is about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kumba University. So next on stage is the early kick and broad detector. Unless we have some questions from the judges. Sorry, just a minute. Okay, sorry. Just an oversight. 1, 2 questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. You've been talking about carbon capture, how your project, your idea, you're going to capture carbon, but you didn't talk about how are you going to capture the carbon.
We are capturing the carbon from emissions
from industries and power plants. By when we capture these gases, we take them in a furnace. This is according, of course, to our project, what is down on the ground floor. We take them to a furnace, and then we transfer them to a gas collection center, where we take them through separation by using a filter membrane. And these filter membranes help us to capture carbon, emitting other gases that are with the residues from the industry.
Okay, is there a method or you coming up with a prototype, an equipment?
Thank you. Now, basically these questions will be good if at least we are at our illustration down there, because we have a project and we'll answer most of the questions when you visit our desk.
Another question. What are some of the safety risks you identified during your project?
Pardon?
What are some of the safety risks like you identified during your project? Safety, yes. Risks. Risks.
So now, the method we are going to use, which is using a filtration membrane, we are going to use a filter membrane. So it's only going to allow us have carbon dioxide only. So we have a risk of emitting other gases into the environment. Then also, when we are transporting these gases from where we are going to capture them from, we are going to use what we call pressurized tanks. So they also pose a risk.
All right, thank you so much, Nkumba University. Carbon capture and storage is very, very important as far as we get to achieving the net zero carbon. So let's have Mbara University, early kick and blowout detector. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this is Mbara University of Science and Technology, and we are bringing unto you an innovative project which is entitled as an early kick and blowout detector for enhanced oil control and also environmental management. Since the day when the first commercial oil well was discovered in the state of Pennsylvania by Sir Edwin Drake with his friend George, and up to now, the oil and gas industry, which heavily relies on the drilling and effective. So the oil and gas industry is facing a lot of challenges, which are known as a kick and blowout. In 2010, we experienced a blowout in the Deepwater Horizon, whereby 86 birds were killed and 6,000 totals dead. 11 people lost their lives. The infrastructure was all burnt down, and that's money which is being put down into waste. And the exposure of these hydrocarbons or the crude oil from the subsurface within our environment is emitting out a lot of toxic elements, such as the heavy metals known as the cadmium, the manganese, and also and then also other toxic elements like benzene, which are emitted within our environment, and they can never be safe on our health nor the environment. In 2000 there was an Assam oil and gas spill or blowout which occurred, and 55% of the biodiversity was put to a waste.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oscar. My name is Nishawi Broad, Mbara University student of Petroleum Engineering. From the introduction we have heard from Mr. Oscar, it is well known too that the problem we are solving has been occurring, and it is actually recent happened last 2 years ago in India.
The ones I've seen, capacitive sensors. The ones I've seen, capacitive sensors, capacitive level sensors and ultrasonic sensors at the mud pits, at the rig side, and then also mud flow rate, mud pulse detection at the shell shaker areas. How is your project going to overshadow what's already there? And if you've realized that you can implement it, have you made any strategic partnerships with any oil and gas company so that you find out the feasibility of the project?
Okay, thank you for that question. Now, our project, first of all, it's unique in a way that it has wireless communication within the drilling team at the rig, and also it has a unique character of automated blowout preventer shutdown, that in case to those levels whereby maybe the drilling team haven't done enough efforts to counterbalance the mud before it is reused within our wellbore, it will shut down and that phenomenon will be decreased at that moment.
Project, because it has been working before, it is already working, and we have actually reached a prototype level.
Thank you so much, Barra University. Next on stage is Makerere University. So Makerere University, the solar assisted desalination with integrated power generation. You're welcome on stage. And on deck we shall have IUEA. Do we have IUEA ready? Or have IUEA, and then on deck we shall have Chambogo University. IUEA, and on deck Chambogo University. Thank you. They're on the ones. IEA, you have 3 minutes, and then 3 questions from the judges. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Projector. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are from International University of East Africa. My name is Walema Bank Simon. I'm doing petroleum engineering, and my colleague is here. She's Tumhimbize Patience, Nasali Fatuma, and Onyango Emma. So our project is it's called a solar powered carbon trapper and recycler. So it has a problem statement which we based on carbon dioxide emissions that have reached a high record of over 37 billion metric tons as of 2023, making it a major driver of climate change. At the same time, traditional oil extraction methods for recovering oil is about 20 to 30% of the oil in the reservoir. This leaves a significant or quite a number of hydrocarbons which remain untapped. So our innovation comes to maximize the recovery of oil.
How we can recover this oil? We have the solutions to this problem, and our innovation is part of it's going to try to solve this in a way that carbon dioxide for enhanced oil recovery, we're going to be using carbon dioxide in our enhanced oil recovery. So the carbon dioxide that would have left footprints of it in the atmosphere and bring about the greenhouse gas emissions, we are going to be using it in maximizing the production. As my colleague has already said that that there is already 20 20 to 40% of the recovery that is not being done, of the oil that is not being extracted. So we are coming out with the carbon dioxide being used in the EOR so that we can maximize the production, producing more oil. Also, the solar-powered oil recovery system in such a way that this eliminates the reliance on non-renewable energy sources. Significantly, we are lowering the carbon footprint in such a way that since we are using solar, so we are not going to be using the fossil fuel, which would be bringing about the carbon emission and the other problems that we were speaking about.
All right, we wouldn't come here with an innovation, not willing to sell it, and this is our market opportunity. So our first point in our market opportunity is that we are looking at recycling the carbon. As carbon is being released in the atmosphere, we are using this as an opportunity to trap that carbon and reuse it.
Thank you so much, International University of East Africa. We can now have 2-3 questions from the judges. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. I have a question. What are the, for example, you are targeting like which kind of people and why? For example, the market of your project.
All right, when it comes to market, we're looking at every oil field that is trying to maximize the potential of recovering oil. We have discovered that however much the other techniques of recovering oil, usage of gas injection, especially carbon dioxide gas, recovers the oil more efficiently and in adequate amounts. That's why we are looking at the market of all oil companies that are able to adopt this technique.
Okay, maybe a quick one. One of the marking criteria is innovation and technology proposal. How are you different from the way we are going to capture carbon? Example, the Tilenga field. How are you different from them? How?
The way we are going to capture carbon capture, it's all about collecting the carbon from the air and then separating it and then storing it. But then when we come to, for us, what we are speaking about, we are bringing in the EOR, which is the enhanced oil recovery. Here we are speaking about now producing oil, but using the carbon dioxide that they have already captured. So for us, we are getting the carbon dioxide that our friends, our colleagues who are speaking about, we are capturing. And for us, we are using it to maximize our production. As you know that petroleum is all about production, maximizing production and cost effectiveness. So for us, we are trying to maximize our production. At the same time, our approach is so cost effective.
Thank you so much, IEEA. Let's have Chambogo University on stage. And on deck, we shall have Mara University, Detection and Prevention of Excessive Back Pressure During Drilling on deck. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. With you here, it's Chambogo University Oil and Gas students, year 2. Basically, what we have come to show you up is a petrometer. This petrometer is a device that can be used to measure different parameters in petroleum products, that is diesel, petrol, and kerosene. So the parameters, so far we had many parameters, but we basically focused on 2 parameters, and that's volume and temperature. That's the step where we're at. So the background, according to what we had and what motivated us to come upon this parameter, this device, was we focused on that. I think all of us are well conversant about upstream, downstream, and midstream. So we focused on downstream. So when you go to, when you have a chance to visit petrol stations, you'll find that when they are recording or getting measurements of their volume, you find that they use a device known as, it's not a device, but it's a stick. It's called a dipstick. So this dipstick is calibrated using a measuring can of known volume, let me say 200 liters. So if you have, let me say, this stick is dipped inside the tank to know the volume. So this stick, it will have, if we have used the, let me say 200, it will have 200, 400, 600. So if I dip in this stick and it gives me a value of 400, then that's good. But a situation comes, it has given me a value of 200, between 200 and 400. Am I going to estimate that it's 500 or, no, sorry, 300 or 350 or 320? So that comes back to our point, our device. It is simple, secure, instant, and cheap. This device will give you a volume in right time. It's measured into to give you volume values after every 2 seconds. So this will help us on proper inventory management at basically petrol stations. Maybe also it can work on.
Thank you so much, Chambogo University. Let's have about 2 questions from the judges, if any.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, could you explain some of the intellectual property related aspects of your project that you're looking at? Because in the industry with innovations, there are a lot of IP related issues that are reported when you pitch to judges like us. Someone can take your project. Could you explain what you're doing towards that, and do you have proper documentation for that?
Yeah, actually we have a proper documentation about it. And please pardon your question on the first very thing that.
Okay, could you explain the intellectual property related aspects of your project that you could guard from what is already existing that you could explain to us?
Oh, now I get your question. Thank you. That petrometer, things that are intellectual about it. First of all,
so, okay guys, let me say something short. I can say it is not going to be as easy for, let's say, other competitors to come and try steal this very project because of the steps that which took to, obviously, through the softwares that are supposed to help run the program. You may have the physical parameters and all, but without the software, it is actually not worth anything. Because the software is actually the one which is going to lead to giving us the results, its accuracy as well. And that's it.
Actually, the relevance of this question is you could be actually having your own innovation, but without the awareness that you could be sued when you eventually launch your project. That is the relevance of the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chambogo University. And now on stage, let's have a detection and prevention of excessive back pressure during drilling, Bara University. And do we have the hydrogen fuel cell team? Okay, so on deck, we shall have the hydrogen fuel cell, and it is the last team. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's Okwiri Ezekiel and Lukumu Jonathan taking over this project. The title is Excessive Back Pressure Detection and Prevention. Yeah. So this is done by Bara University. Let him take us through the first part.
Thank you so much. This is Lukumu Jonathan, presenting from Bara University. So it's a detection and prevention of excessive back pressure project. And basically we are looking at preventing problems like kicks and blowouts. So we know that the Gulf of Mexico incident that happened in 2010, it happened because one of the reasons that happened that caused that was because of the excessive back pressures. And now we come up with an ideology to solve this problem. One of the ways that we are doing this project to solve it, it is a technical bit of it in that we have embedded in it different mechanical programming languages. In that, this project works on the pressure detection system and also depth variation detection. In that, when we run the project or when we are running the drilling part of it, we shall be in position to detect on surface, not subsurface. In fact, what we are doing is that we are embedding the subsurface formation to be read on the surface. We are not made to first go in the subsurface and no. So we are bringing an ideology whereby we are importing in other programming languages to help us detect what is happening actually subsurface. And in this, we ran an automated safety tower. We shall see it when we come down there. So this automated safety tower works on the principle of pressure variations. In that, as you go deep, when you are pumping in or when you are injecting your fluids, that's the drilling mud, there will be variations in pressures. We know the hydrostatic pressure of the drilling mud may counterbalance the formation pressure. So our interest is that we can have a uniform flow. The counterbalance, that is what you are looking for. So we don't have abnormalities. So this safety tower shall help us, shall help even the person who is working on the surface to know what is happening deep surface. Also, we imported in the high pressure instantaneous shutdown system. This one, it can be done manually, but then we program it in the way that if you are doing it manually and the pressures have increased high levels, we can automatically shut it. And when you shut it, all the system shall instantaneously stop to run. That's to say, if you are running using a pump upwards, yes, you can just stop it and then also shut down the valves. Currently, what is happening in the industry, we are using chokes and valves, and we are bringing an idea. What if we go in the machine learning? Maybe the test that we have done, the project has run, and this is the confirmation that this can work. And what we are trying to
Thank you so much, Mara University. We can now have about 2 questions from the judges as we wind up.
Thank you, Jonathan. I have one question. How is your technology or solution economically sustainable and competitive in the current energy market?
Okay, so the economic bit of it is that this firstly is time saving. We know, all of us, that when we are carrying out these oil extraction processes, one thing we want to save is time, so that we get out our profits in a less possible time. So we have made a system that can help you to avoid some issues. For example, you cannot have a blowout when you have a pressure control system in run, in process. Then the other one, it is cost effective in the way that we don't need to buy a lot of materials to run this system. For example, you can't import expertise when we have us in Uganda that can help you run this process. So,
and to add on, we use 2 programming languages. We used Python. This is to Python and C programming. The Python, we use it in designing the ultrasonic pressure.
Team on stage, hydrogen fuel cell, you have 3 minutes, and then we can go to the demonstration. So the teams that have just finished pitching, you move down, and the judges will find you there at your stations. The last team, you have 3 minutes. From Bara University, still.
So, good afternoon, people. This is the hydrogen fuel cell project, and we want to show you that by senior 2 or at the age of 14 or 15, you already knew a way to transit from the fossil environment to a green energy environment. So how? We are looking to tackle a challenge. Ania mentioned that no carbon emissions by 2065, and our project uses a process called water electrolysis. And how does this work? Water, by a chemical formula of H2O, we are looking to pass electricity through water to divide these particles, hydrogen and oxygen, separately. This means we can be able to get hydrogen from the greatest quantity of water on Earth, which is 70%. By our project, generate hydrogen fuel, which is a green hydrogen and a green, environmentally friendly fuel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have one question from the judges. Thank you.
I have a question. How does the rest of the members contributed to the project? Is it a one-man's project or?
We have the project. We have contributed to the project by, first of all, providing the idea of the hydrogen cell, and each of us has contributed their own perspective or thinking on how best the project can work forward and provide the necessary documents.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want us to give an opportunity to Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba. They registered last, but they have their project to pitch. UPIK, you are welcome on stage. You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nisiga Baroland Leader. I'm from the Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba. Came along with my friends.
I'm Nagadia Brenda. Yatu.
I'm Biva Rogers. Yeah, we are bringing to you a project called we are looking at a problem that most of the companies here, I've seen Total, I've seen I've seen people that have been to downstream areas. For instance, I'm talking about Starbucks, I'm talking about Shell, I'm talking about BAM, every petrol station. I'm bringing a project, we are bringing a project that looks at water accumulation in water tanks, in fuel tanks. We are looking at the petrol station that has, leave alone the forecourt, what we already see, the shops, the fuel pumps. We are looking at underground. That's where our fuel pump is. Now, water will accumulate every other time. Now, how does this water accumulate? One, we have condensation, like, remember it is underground. So this oil that is there, or the fuel that is already there, generates some heat. And at the top of the tank, it generates water droplets that will later condense and fall into this fuel tank. Over time, we will have water. Of course, water is much denser than fuel, so it will lie down. Over time, we're talking about a period of 5 to 10 years. We've seen people dip. We've seen people dip these deep sticks to check water levels every other time. If I'm not mistaken, if any of you have been to a petrol station and have seen people dip sticks in there to check the water levels, now this program will take away. Now how? Now this is the problem. We are changing, we are bringing automatic drainage systems, that we are draining this water automatically just by seeing someone, like even if you're in your office, you can realize that water has been drained, or we have a program that alerts the person seated, or even the pump operator, that the water pump that drains the water, maybe that we have a conductive sensor that will sense that water has reached at a high level. We use 4 parameters: very high, low, and then very low. Then this water pump, the program detects it when it gets to a high level, and it will drain, and we will be showing that the water has been drained to a storage tank of water. Now it rules out the chance of continuously every other time keep putting on lipsticks. One, it is not actually. 2, it's not time saving. Another thing, it takes away the trust. Remember, if you don't monitor this level of water, one time a customer, we talk about clients, a customer you'll be able to pump water instead of fuel, and they will not notice.
Thank you so much, Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba. We can now have 2 questions from the judges, and then we go to the exhibition with the judges. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba. My question is, could you explain how efficient and reliable is your innovation in terms of, for example, we don't want an innovation that we are going to have sensors dipped anyhow into the tanks and all of a sudden they are failing. Do you have evidence of that in terms of wireframes or engineering designs showing us how you can have an efficient and reliable equipment related to such an innovation? Thank you.
Yeah, we have one. We actually designed our own conductive sensor. We used a network cable because it has those wires inside that do really conduct. So those wires, we shall dip that sensor deep down into the tank because we have this sense that water will always go to the bottom, not at the top. So we put our sensor down, like at the base of the tank, in that if water keeps on accumulating, actually we have two alarms. One alarm will go on if at all water has started. That is if you have a low level of water. As it keeps on increasing, the sensors will keep on telling you that now it has reached this level. And then you will know what exactly you're supposed to do. It will alert you if water starts accumulating, that is at a low level. When it reaches a higher level, it will of course give you an alarm. What does it tell you, you as an engineer? It will tell you you either have to operate manually or it will run automatically.
Okay, thank you.
Also to add on, sir, in that very program she's talking about, she has said that the water pump will trigger itself automatically when the water level is at high. But then we can't rule out the chance that the fact that it is at high, it won't go to the very high. Now, what does our program bring in? It brings in that when the water is high, is very high, it will stop the fuel tank there and then. A person will, the pump operator will maybe a border guy comes to get fuel, but the pump won't pump fuel. He won't get the fuel because the program shows it's already that there is no fuel, instead there is water. So that's why we are saying that we are looking at customer satisfaction, leave alone the thing.
Thank you so much, UPIK.
Look, one more question. Okay, one more question. Like, are you sure that project can be implemented and it can work? Or it just stops here and you want to get the points and maybe gifts?
It can automatically work because oil is practically not conductive unless if it has additives. But if at all your fuel has no additives, of course it won't conduct, and then it means this system is efficient.
Thank you so much, UPIK. This session is done, and I will now move down with the judges to see what these people have been talking about. And the audience after here, you can as well move down and see what these people are presenting and what they built. Thank you so much. I remain Mackenzie. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I wish all the best to those who pitched to us. Pitching is not easy, but we are glad that you did. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into what we love most. And I'm not going to waste time. To open it up, I would love to introduce somebody I believe those from Bio University of Science and Technology know. I have two words I describe him with, a professor and a mentor. He will come and with few words of wisdom, we shall go direct into our first game. Before he comes, can I hear it for Team McKelway? Team Bio University. Team UPIK. I know they don't always make noise, but here they make noise. Team IUEA. Nice, nice, nice.
Team Nkumba. And finally, the youngest team on the block, Team Chambogo. Wow, I love the vibe. So ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome, as the teams prepare. So as Professor comes, I want to make the communication clear. Our games, we had a draw, and the teams know who they are going to verse. I'll just tell you simply, we shall have the final round, the first round, first game. Tell your neighbor, first game. We shall have the gallantry. That's what they usually want to say. Makerere University. They were, yes. They were runners up a year, no, not a year ago, the other year, and they were beaten by UPIC, which is, yeah, I have to say. But this time round they told me that if they beat Chambogo, which is in the first match, so it is Makerere versus Chambogo first match. If they beat Chambogo, they will meet UPIC at the semi-final because UPIC is seeded. Okay? So let's pray for Chambogo, let's pray for UPIC. In the third game, in the second game, we are going to have IUEA, International University of East Africa, versing Kumba University. And the winner will verse Mbara University of Science and Technology. So ladies and gentlemen, Professor Joe Bazua.
Good afternoon. The house is quite warm, and it's good to see all of you here. I am called Joel Bazira. I'm a professor of microbiology. So you could be wondering what's a professor of microbiology doing with oil and gas engineers. But that's how beautiful microbiology is. And they asked me to talk briefly about mentorship. I also work with Mbara University. I head the Department of Microbiology, and I'm also an innovator. I've tried to make some compounds and some products. I want to say a brief story about this young man. This young man, we come from the same village. His mother is a sister to my classmate, is a young to my classmate. And after a long story, I won't tell you about his journey. He comes to Mbara University, and around COVID time, I find him a little scattered. I had asked him to come to my home for some good time, but somehow he dodged me. And COVID comes as a blessing, because now there's no school, there's nowhere to go, so he comes to stay with me. And COVID time was home time, so I would stay home, I would read, and he got interested in some of the things I was reading. He got interested in seeing how I was reading, because some of you think that when you become a professor, you stop reading. You kind of know everything by default, which is a lie. Actually, professors know a lot about very small things. But he got interested and he started to read about microbes in oil and gas, and somehow lands on an interesting area of how microbes can be used to transform agriculture waste, banana peelings, into plastic. And he comes to me, he read so many papers, and he comes and say, I have this thing, I want to try it out. Of course, by training, I'm a clinical microbiologist, so I know a lot about bacteria that are used in hospitals and cause disease. But we are now going to dive into environmental microbes. And so we started the journey with him. I told him, yes, if you want these strains of microbes, we have some of them in the lab. We tried to talk to some people in chemistry, and we got chemicals for him to use. Together with Dr. Bossa, who is the deputy dean of this faculty, we started a journey with this young man to try and help him bring his idea to life. To many people, it seemed a crazy idea. How do you make plastic from matoke peelings? But to us, we saw potential, not just in the making of plastic, but in helping somebody move a journey to reach where maybe we also have not reached. So we guided him and helped him write a few things here and there, some small proposals, got to talk to some people about some of the reagents he needed. And one day he came to us with an excitement. You see this, I have got the plastic. And you could see a man who had been discouraged, depressed. COVID time was not a very exciting time. But to find somebody at that time in COVID excited about doing something was also exciting to us. And we, yes, took him on a journey. And to cut the long story short, I'm sure some of you know the news that Victor is a Total Energy, what? Is a Total Energy Startup winner of the year. One of the 4 in Uganda. And that's a journey of mentorship. And we are still working. We haven't yet gotten some nice quantities, but we are still walking this journey. I'm hopeful that by the end of this year, we shall have PHA that Victor can bring here and show you. Here is a pellet of PHA from Matoke. This organizing of this petrol ball has stolen away some time from us. I was pressing him this last week, say, man, how far? Say, man, I have to first organize this thing. Was it yesterday or the other day? He was in my house in the evening, and this good gentleman was saying, cut that one, cut the other one, cut the other one. You know. He has been a benefit of mentorship, not just from us, but from other people. I met the gentleman from the Ministry of Energy who has also supported him. And even on the issue of Petrobol, he was one of the first people to mobilize and captain a team from Bara University. And they went and beat, unfortunately, they beat Makerere at their home. And they went to Ghana and also beat those people. But young people who are here, you have ideas. Don't fear to explore. You know, I went down there and I saw this team from UPIC and looked at the kind of innovation they're trying to bring up. And I can say I was one time a victim of water from a petrol station. I bought fuel, I put it in a generator, it worked in the night. The following day, we switched on the generator and it could not work. We went to check what was in the tank, it was water. So the kind of challenge they want to address is a real one. And these people just need us to work with them. There are definitely many things they don't know about. There are many people they don't know about, but we do know these people. And if you are from UPIC, I would encourage you to hold this. Even if you are not from UPIC, you can just be interested in the ideas that are coming from these young people and be able to walk a journey with them. Fellow lecturers, these young people have solutions that are going to help the world. They are going to help change the world. I just want to call upon you to come and stand with them. Now, sometimes young people will approach us to mentor them because they have seen what we can do. Victor had to come to my home during COVID, watch me, read, write, you know. And then he also began to read and write. But some of them may not be able to come to us. Sometimes we look very fierce. You know, when you are a professor or a lecturer, some students think you are a small god. But let also us as teachers take interest in our students. It's always a pride when you see a product. I must say I'm proud of Victor. You know, very proud. There are many battles we have fought that for security purposes I cannot disclose. But I'm proud of the man that he is becoming. I have also interacted with the other Petroball teams that have come through MAST, and we have our place where we go and pray together. So some of the victory you see from MAST is not just a mental victory, but also a spiritual victory. It has a spiritual backup. We go and pray, and God helps us. And we also believe that today we have prayed. So those who are coming to Verse Must, please pray. Because young people, reach out to people. Don't fear people. Reach out to people. You have ideas in your heads. They can be as crazy as they can be. Don't think you are abnormal. Other people will think you're abnormal, but don't think you're abnormal. Don't fear. If you talk to somebody and he says, that's crazy, that's useless, leave that person alone. Maybe they don't even understand what you're talking about. At least if you talk to 10 people, you will find one person who will say, let's give it a try. Today, Victor would not be a total startup of the year if we had not said we can give this idea a try. And for fellow teachers, let's look out for these outstanding students. And one of the things I've seen with outstanding students is that they tend to be crazy. They are not the normal kind of students that you want to have even in your class. But let's look out for them, help them, support them to become what God meant them to be. God bless you.
Thank you so much. He has forgotten that I'm Total Energy's startup. I'm also a B-Visionaries Mercedes-Benz Fellow. I'm a Rising Start, the PTC Technology Conference. I'm a Gemini Mastercard Fellow, among many other things. I also student liaison office of the Start of Petroleum Engineers, a fund of Eden, and let me end there. But all in all, so ladies and gentlemen, let's start our games. Let the games begin. So, first of all, so I would love to call the judges who have been our panelists, please. All those who have been on our panel, please. It's automatic that you become the judges. Sometimes it comes as a surprise, but we take you to be people of knowledge. You have been talking about technical things, so please come through. Aronia, Martin, and even all those who are around, please come and occupy these front seats, please. I would also love to call Mr. Dennis and the faculty advisors, please come through. Mr. Dennis, Mr. Kade, Mr. Fortunate, please come through. So after that, I would love to, do you have the score? So can we have the score on? Yes? All right, thank you. So I think we are, Mr. Dennis, I'm not seeing him. Mr. Kade is here. The Dr. Pido is here. All right. So, game number one, as our people come in. So, in most cases, what happens is that when these people, when the games get done, you forget about all who have participated and you clap only for the winners, right? So, as they march, because they are representing their universities, I want us to clap for them, like we are clapping for heroes, right? So, team number one, ladies and gentlemen, they call themselves the the team from a great university. And the team comes from Chambogo University. So, yes, the water, please bring water, we need water. Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So, let them start doing that now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be doing the moderating alone today. I'll be with my lovely boss, McLean Agava, so we can also clap for her as she comes a bit close. And we have our technical guy who's going to be controlling our buzzers, John Baptist Kauta. We also have our scorekeeper who will be Lemi, and Oscar Zokire, scorekeeper who will be Lemi, and Oscar Zokire also will be taking scores to answer the question. If they fail, they give the chance to the next player of the second team. Is that okay? They only have 5 seconds to answer, to buzz in. So if they read the question, they have 5 seconds to buzz in. And after, not even after you buzz in, you only have 5 seconds to answer. If you do not, that's a -5. If you buzz by mistake, that's a -5. The players know the rules. I'll say that again because they have done this forever and ever. So we shall be reading. So I want the players to be ready, and then we bring in the questions. They were set by an international panel, 2 people from North America, one called Paula, another called Brandon. Then we had a gentleman from Nigeria. Please, I know you guys want to buzz, but wait. We had a gentleman called Emmanuel from Nigeria, and a gentleman called GC from Indonesia. All these are former petroballers. As of time, I will introduce you just by name. Then introduce you just by name. Then those who reach the finals will introduce themselves because of time. So his name is
Kelvin Wandera.
Kelvin Wandera, and is the captain of Makerere. You can also tell us the times you have been here.
The what?
Time.
This is my second time.
Yeah, it's his second time.
Simon Mungudit, third time.
Yes.
Somewhat a hill fresher.
Angela Nansubuga, second time. Angela Nansubuga, second time. Angela Nansubuga, second time.
So this is the captain. The captains are near me. Yes.
I'm Smaya Nasanga. I'm Smaya Nasanga. Team Chambogo. First time.
Nyembe team of the Neptunes. University. First time.
Nawira Judith Hope. First time. Adele Christine. First time.
Okay. All right. So they are a team of 5. They have a substitute on bench. We shall talk about that later. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the man of the hour, the chairperson of the SPE Uganda section, to bring the questions, and then we shall be ready to rumble.
So, very good afternoon to you all. I won't take much time because we're really out of time. But these are the questions, as he has told you. They are being said by an international team. So, I think let's go.
You have not pressed. Yeah, the sound delays, but it records it. Yeah.
So, JB, we can unbuzz. Player 4, please buzz. Correct. Okay. We're good to go. You can unbuzz each and every player, and we start. Then the time was 5, it's supposed to be 5 seconds, please. Okay? Okay. Are the scorekeepers okay? Judges, are we fine? All right. Toss-up question number 1. It is the return of part or all of a lease or concession to a lessor. Player 1, Makere.
Relinquishment.
That's correct. Anbaz. This indicates that the total pressure at any point in a reservoir is the sum of the pressure drops at that point caused by flow in each of the wells in the reservoir.
Time.
Okay, that took long. Question number 3. This flow behavior dominates at low velocities in which orderly, parallel, and without cross flow. Player 1, Makere.
Laminar flow.
That's correct. Okay, next question. Next question. Please, if we want the players to hear, we need to keep silent, okay? Hello? Okay. What was the world's first attempt? What was the world's first attempt to transport oil through a long distance pipeline?
Time.
What is the name of the equation developed by Rollins and Shellard that noticed the difference between the squares of the average reservoir pressure and flowing bottom hole pressures? Sorry for that. Flowing bottom pressures were plotted against the corresponding flow rates on logarithmic coordinates. They obtained a straight line.
Time.
What is the sequence first recognized in sedimentary rocks? Player for Chambogo.
Bomber sequence.
That's correct. Question number 7. Question number 7. A device that raises the pressure of air or natural gas normally uses Player 1, Mook.
Compressor.
That's correct. Question number 8. Mobil Oil Company first used this term. Player 1, Mook.
Extended reach drilling.
That's correct. Next question. Next question, question number 10. This medal is awarded for distinguished achievement in mining administration, including metallurgy and petroleum. Such achievement is marked by leadership, ethical conduct, support of innovation, or administrative changes at senior management levels.
Time.
Okay, next question. This type of bits can drill for a long time as it has no moving parts.
Time.
Next question. In what type of contract does the contractor typically bear all risk and player 2 Chambogo? Turnkey. Let me complete the question. And costs for exploration, development, and production. So I have, sorry, the judges do not have these questions, but the answer I have is production sharing contract, but can you check the source? It's you can check the source, the type of contract that the contractor typically bears all risk and cost for exploration. If it is tanky, actually. It's tanky? Yes?
Like there. Let's be calm, like we avoid negative.
That's why I didn't go.
The question says, in what type of contract does the contractor typically bear all risk and costs for exploration, development, and production? It's correct? It's wrong. It's PSA. All right, so VIR says it's wrong. -5 for Chambogo. Okay, next question. The time it takes for drill cuttings to be carried to player 1 Makere.
Lag time.
That's correct. Question 14. What term is used to describe an implosion produced by locally low pressure, such as the collapse of a gas bubble in liquid?
Time.
It is a class of machine learning techniques that exploit many layers of nonlinear information processing for supervised or unsupervised feature extraction and transformation, for pattern analysis and classification.
Time.
So that's question 15. You have a breather for 30 seconds. Just take water and then. And if you want to make a substitution, it's still, this is the only time you have. Right, we go back in. Please, that's enough. Question number 16. Please, if you want your teams to hear, let's relax. Question number 16. A mathematical entity with components that change in a particular way in a transformation from one coordinate system to another. Player 1 Makere.
Variable.
That's incorrect. Next question, -5. Question 17. A cessation in deposition of sediment. Player 3 Makere.
Hiatus.
That's correct. Question number 18. The equation is used in the design of chokes and explains the manner in which pressure in the body of the choke downstream of the first pressure drop is lower than the eventual recovery pressure at the end of the choke.
Time.
Question number 19. What was extracted from Borneo crude oil that allowed the British to make explosives in World War I?
Time.
What is the national oil company of Indonesia?
Time.
Okay. Question number 21. What is the hydrated form of anhydrite? Player 1, Mercury.
Gypsum.
That's correct. Question 24. A budgetary document usually prepared by the operator to list estimated expenses of drilling a well to a specified depth. Player 1, Mercury.
Authority for expenditure.
That's correct. Question number 25 and the last question of this round. In which city were developed the basis of the kerosene lamp? Player 1, Mercury.
Titusville. Pennsylvania, Titusville.
Incorrect. And that's the end of the game. So Makerere University with 70 points. I doubt that. And Chambogo University 5. So Makerere University goes on to the semi-final to meet UPIC, last year's semi-final. Let's clap for them as they go. So DJ, you can play for us some music as these teams come. Yeah, so please, Nkumba and IUEA, you are next on board. So wait guys, we agreed. Let's clap for IUEA as they come. Team IUEA! Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, let's have Nkumba University.
Nkumba is encapsulators. You saw how they did theirs? So you are player 1. Player 2, player 3, IEA. IEA is encapsulator. Player 1, IUEA. IUEA is encapsulators. Player starts with capital P, the rest is small. No, you don't put your names. 1, Look at the way he has done it. Look at the way he has done it.
Okay.
Small letters. Yeah.
They are like
Player 3, player 2. Player 2. 938 509.
So we're going to have you guys buzz. We're going to have you guys buzz. Player 1. Player 2. 3. 4. The same. I think we can reset the buzzers. Okay. I have no. No. Stay here and these guys will answer. Will buzz. But you guys knew that. Okay, so this is our second round, and without wasting time, we have, which team is this? Okay, this is IUEA, and this is Nkumba. So we are going to start with our first question. In which year did OPEC make the first reduction in oil production? Yes?
1982.
That's correct. Question number 2. A grant of access of a defined area and time period that transfers certain rights to hydrocarbons that may be discovered from the host country to an enterprise.
Time.
Next question. This directional survey method is the most accurate of all. It uses inclination and hole direction measured at the upper and lower ends of the course length to generate a smooth arc representing the well path. It used the dog leg to calculate displacement in both planes. Next question. What was the name of the company that Saco and Texaco formed in Saudi Arabia? Nkumba?
Ramco.
That's not correct. Reset, okay. Next question. The part of a ball valve that holds the ball on a fixed vertical axis and about which the ball turns. The torque requirements of the mounted ball valve are significantly less than the floating ball design. Player 1, IEA.
12 million.
Pardon?
12 million.
That's correct. Next question. A device which blades or bushes inserted in a pipeline for cleaning purposes. The Nkumba player 3.
It's a pig.
That's correct. Next question. In context of HSES, what does SCBA stand for? All right. Next question. The displacement process when the waiting phase increases is known as what? Player 4, Kumba. That's correct. The next question. A science that deals with the genesis and propagation of light, the changes that it undergoes and produces, and other phenomena closely associated with it. Okay, next question. A tool made up in a casing string which is used in a second stage of a primary cement job. Okay. The product of density and seismic velocity, which varies among different rock layers, commonly symbolized by Z. It controls the seismic. Player 1, IEA.
Impedance.
I'm afraid. Player 1, Kumba. Judges, I have acoustic impedance. The question was the product of density and seismic velocity, which varies among different rock layers, commonly symbolized by Z. It controls seismic reflection process in the sense that seismic energy is reflected only at rock interfaces in which there are changes in impedance across the interface. Acoustic. So, okay, yeah. So that's wrong for all. Next question. A high density energy source and clean fuel which produces only water when consumed in a fuel cell and does not produce carbon dioxide when directly combusted. All right. Next question. In terms of human factors, what does the abbreviation ABS mean? All right. In what principle is based the drop drilling assembly? All right. Next question. These are virtual or simulated models of an object or system designed to reflect a physical object accurately. All right, next question. It is an online library of technical literature of the oil and gas exploration and production industry, with contributions from 20 publishing partners and providing access of over 2,000 items.
Time.
Next question. The application of tools, equipment and techniques of the removal of junk, debris of fish from a wellbore. The key elements of a fishing operation include an understanding of the dimensions and nature of fish to be removed. Oh, okay. So I've been advised for you guys to take a break. Oh, player one, sorry. Player one, sorry.
Fishing.
That's right. That's correct. So players can take a break. Faster, then we can proceed. Okay. Our players are already here. We can have silence in the room so we can proceed. Question number 18. A dense mineral comprising barium sulfate, commonly used as a weighting agent for all types. Player 3, Kumba.
Barite.
That's right. Next question. It is an international competition for university students requiring hands-on experience by petroleum, mechanical, electrical, and control engineers who must build and operate a lab-scale working drilling. Okay, next question. Process of removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere.
Time.
Next question. A drill bit, usually polycrystalline diamond compact bit type, designed such that the individual cutting elements on the bit create a net imbalance force. Okay. Next question. The physical effect, often accompanied by loud banging, produced by pressure waves generated by a rapid change of velocity in a liquid system within pigging. Next question. It was the German agreement's drive of global political, strategic, and economic prominence. It was agreed by the late 1890s.
Time.
Next question. A device that helps to maintain the logging tool in the center of the borehole. On wireline tools, such devices. Player 3, Nkumba.
It's a centralizer.
That's right. So this is our last question for this round. Question 25. Okay. I read now. This is the man who applied for a US patent for kerosene in 1857. much. This is our last round.
Okay, so Nkumba 30, IUA 25. So, thank you Nkumba, thank you IUA, and let's clap for them. So Nkumba will verse Mbara University of Science and Technology in round 4. Okay, Jebi, please come a moment. So we are going for our semi-final number 1. Tell your neighbor, semi-final number 1. And it's Makerere University. Yes. Versing the Uganda Petroleum Institute of Chigumba. Last year, Chigumba won. This year, it may be different. So, so DJ, you can give us music as our teams come. So let's clap for Makerere as it makes its way. And ladies and gentlemen, for last year's finalists, the Uganda Petroleum Institute of Chigumba, UPIC. So is it okay? Yeah, you have them, like they have them put in the names. Yes, and this one. Okay. I also need water. So the winner here will have a chance to go to the ultimate final and also be seeded for the next year, just like UPIC and MUST. So this one needs a name. Whoever's buzzed, please put a name. So as it stands, we have 4 teams left. Okay, are you all in? We have a blank. I don't know who it is. Okay. Player 1, you can first remove him and then you come back again. Player 1, you pick. Okay. Player 1, you pick. Okay. We have 1 player from you pick, not in. Which one? Okay, which one is the last one? It's locked. Jebi. So this is a new entrant who was not here, so he can also introduce himself.
My name is Agum Edmond Akaki from Makerere University, and this is my first time participating. Thank you.
Okay, and then for UPIC, people need to know you. You have microphones. As we clear.
Katumba Jonah, this is my second time.
Mohoza Maureen, first time.
Jordan Confrence is my name, from UPIG, first time in Petro.
My name is Binen Cynthia, and it's my first time.
Okay, so it's a new team apart from the captain. So, are we all in? Can I see player 1 Makere, player 2 Makere, player 3 Makere? I cannot see the technical people, JB and team. Okay, player 4 Makere. We have a problem with your pick. Okay. So we have to just a technical. I have to wait a bit so that we are all in. DJ, please. Really. So I also, since it's the semi-finals, I also asked the ushers, Shifra maybe, and other people to get for us some papers. So for these 2 rounds, sometimes you have to read something to understand something. So you can get for us plain papers. Okay? They should be plain and verified that they are playing by the judges. Okay, so yeah, we have an issue we need to solve. So DJ, really, you have done us bad. We cannot be like this. You can leave, please. It's okay. It's fine. We want our peace. Okay, and for this round, we have 30 questions. So questions increase per round. So before you give them, please first show people that there is nothing. Yes. Yeah. We need to move, and player 3 is disconnected. You can kick him out. Okay, that sound is bad. Yeah, he's in. Yeah, kick him out. Okay, player 1 you pick, player 2 you pick, player 3 you pick, then player 4 you pick. Player 4 you pick. It's smoking. It's locking again. So please, JB, we need to solve this issue. And also please change the time at 5 seconds. There's a what? There's a lot. No. So the moment you pass, you may not see it, but it records. It is locking. We are sorry, but fair as possible to each and every player. So we need to rectify this before we continue. So are we okay now? So please buzz in. You're buzzed, eh? Okay, yeah, you're buzzed. So we need our sound back for the buzzer seems to be off. And we shall start. Unbuzz all players. Clear buzzers, please. Clear buzzers. They are buzzed. Yeah. Player 2, you pick.
Try buzzing.
We need player 2, you pick. You are not in. Buzz, please. Okay. Okay. All right, so please clear the buzzers. We need to start the game. Okay, 5 seconds, timer. I'm seeing it at 10. It's okay? 5 seconds, okay, great. So judges, okay? All right, we can start. Question number 1. A fuel that is derived from renewable biological resources, such as crops. Player 2, Makere.
Biofuel.
That's correct. Question number 2. In floating offshore operations, a telescoping joint at the surface which permits for vessel heave, well maintained. Player 1, Mook.
Slip joint.
That's correct. Question number 3. In the context of a reservoir, what is the term that is known as the fraction of the effective porosity filled with a specific fluid? Player 2, Makere.
Saturation.
That's correct. Question number 4. A particular type of strike-slip fault that is a boundary of an oceanic tectonic plate.
Time.
Regarding a phase diagram, which type of hydrocarbon does not produce any liquids when brought to the Player 1, Makere.
Dry gas.
That's correct. Okay. Question number 6. Name the 2024 SPE president. Player 4, Makere.
Olivier House.
That's incorrect. Player 3, you pick. Player 3, you pick. It was player 1. Okay.
Olivia House.
That's incorrect. 2024 was Terry Parishit. We are in 2025. So, my question number 7. A Christmas tree installed specifically for the fracturing process. Player 4, you pick.
Fracturing tree.
That's correct. Question number 8. What is SDG 14? Player 2, Makere.
Climate action.
That's incorrect. Player 1, you pick.
Sustainable development goal.
That's incorrect. -5 for both. So that's -5 for both. Question number 9. Porosity developed after the original deposition. Player 2, you pick.
Secondary porosity.
That's correct. Question number 10. Question number 10. In an expansion at constant temperature, what is the name of the pressure and temperature conditions at which the first bubble of gas comes out of it? Player 1, Makere.
Bubble point.
That's correct. Question 11. Question 11. A monetary incentive given by the lessee, either an individual company, to the lessor, mineral owner. Player for Makere.
Royalty.
That's incorrect. Let me complete the question. Mineral owner for executing or ratifying an oil, gas, and mineral lease. So -5 for Makere. Okay. In mid-2020, which company was the largest supplier of crude oil to India? Player 1, Makere. Sorry, player 1, you pick.
Saudi Aramco.
That's correct. Question number 13. Question number 13. Which company provides the AWS cloud? Player 2, Makere.
Amazon.
That's correct. In machine learning, what does the acronym OSDU stand for? Question number 15. It is the API specification code for drilling fluid materials, petroleum and natural gas industries. What is it? It's time for water for 3 minutes. And the scores are Makere 45 and Yupik 20. Okay. So, Captain, can we go? Okay. We go? Correct. So, the captains are ready. We got question number 16. The predominant flow geometry reflected in a pressure transient response that is most easily recognized in the log-log presentation of the pressure change derivative. It's the most easily recognized flow regime in radial flow, which produces a constant or flat derivative.
Time.
Question 17. What is the gamma ray contribution of uranium?
Time.
Question 18. What is the name of the national oil company of Brazil? Player 4, Makere.
Petrobras.
That's correct. yours is okay. No, yes, it's okay, but yes, that's why we're there. Okay, so you can clear the buzzers. Okay? Question number 19. Okay. Buzzers, please. Question 19. Quantities of petroleum anticipated to be commercially recoverable by application of development projects. Player 2, Mook. Sorry, player 2, you pick, sir.
Prospects.
That's incorrect. Player 2, player 4, you pick. Sorry, player from, wait, okay. It's well. I thought it was Mook and you pick, it's so it's player 2 you pick. So player 4 is from you pick, but because player 2 buzzed, doesn't matter. So -5 for you pick. We continue to question number 20. The least common primary recovery mechanism in which the force of gravity pushes hydrocarbons out of the reservoir into the wellbore and up to the surface. Player 1, Makere.
Gravity drainage.
That's correct. Question number 21. We have 10 questions to go. Those are 100 points. Question number 21. A chemical. Yes? Okay. Please do not talk. Okay. Question number 21. A chemical or other material placed in the borehole fluid and later detected to infer information about the borehole or the drilled formations. The two main types of tracers stand the Player 1, you pick.
Tracers.
That's correct. Question number 22. Okay. It's disconnected. Player now. We have 8 questions to go. 9 questions to go. So we are going to question 22. Player 1 is disconnected from our career. I think is in. We have 2 player 1s. This is no. You have a problem here. So player 1. And you're going to remove player 1 and you remove player 1 material.
Oh, but you're in.
Yes, sir.
So everyone is in except.
Yeah, everyone is in. Except okay. So please move those who are not supposed to be there. Yes. You can remove the second player 1 of Makere. I don't know why he's there. We're good. Okay. Let's move. In what year was the Petroball video contest launched? Player 1 Makerere.
2015.
That's correct. Question number 23. To characterize crude oil, a number of analytical techniques are used. One of them is FTIR. What does FTIR? Player 2 Makerere.
Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy.
That's correct. Question number 24. Please, let's take Question number 24. What property is defined as the medium's permeability divided by the dynamic viscosity of the player 3 Makerere?
Mobility.
That's correct. Question number 25. Question number 25. The please, I'll request that we keep quiet to allow the players concentrate, okay? Question number 25. The mechanism on the draw works that permits the driller to control the speed and motion. Player 1 Makerere.
Brake.
That's correct. Next question. Question number 26. Yes, please. Okay, let me wait a bit. Okay, so yeah, I have to explain something. So the software we are using cannot exceed 99. But this was a luxury. We have people who are tallying marks. Okay? So we know that how many is Makerere supposed to have? 105. Then UPIC has? Correct. So the good thing, the judges are recording. I mentioned this at the start. Okay? Let's move. Question number 27. Who is the current CEO of SLB? Player for Makerere.
Olivier Lepoche.
That's correct. Question 28. It is a wedge-shaped device with player 1 Makerere.
Ripstop.
That's incorrect. Let me complete the question. Shaped device with wickers or teeth on its face which penetrate and grip the casing well when the parker is set.
Time.
Okay. Question number 29. In the drilling context, what does the acronym ROP stand for? Player 2 Makerere.
Rate of penetration.
That's correct. Next question. Is everything okay? Buzzers please. Fine. According to the Dunham's classification scheme, which carbonate mud supported texture contains more than 10% of grains? Yeah, player 1 Makerere, sorry.
Whetstone.
That's correct. And that's the end of the game. So you can tell us the marks? Yes? So Makerere got to the finals of the 2025 National Petroball Championship. Thank you, UPIC. Thank you, Makerere. what? Because the DJ, this. Okay. All right. For the next semi-final, number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pay attention. For semi-final number 2, let's first of all clap for Nkumba University. For a place in the final of the 2025 National Petroball Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-time champions of Petroball. The current Africa regional champions. And your hosts, Mbarawa University of Science and Technology. Player 1, player 2, player 4. No. Start with player. Player 1 must. Yeah, you see the same way she has done it. So Shifra, you can get us new papers for this round. Okay. So can I see the buzzers, please? Raise them up. Good luck. Okay. Please wait, guys. I know, but let's wait. So, since they are coming the first time, it's a chance. Just the name and the time and what you do.
Yes, Samuel Sarich, second time.
Akankunda Blessing, second time. Belinda Nancy Karoma, second time.
Yes, Okoro David Mido, third time.
Wait. Player 1 must buzz. Player 2 must buzz. Player 3 must buzz. Player 4 must. Player 1 Nkumba. Player 2, player 3, and player 4. Okay, so we're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, for question number 1, semi-final number 2, a measure of the geometric complex of a porous medium to Saste is a ratio. Player 4 must.
Totality factor.
That's correct. Question number 2. Please, like we said, let's stay calm. Let's give the players a chance to concentrate. Question number 2. Because if you shout, the players won't hear and they will make mistakes. Please. Question number 2. What is the API gravity of the benchmark crude West Texas? Player 4 must.
39.6.
That's correct. Question number 3. Question number 3. We need to relax, guys. Please. We have 30 questions to read. Question number 3. It is a graph of pressure against temperature which shows the conditions where the phases of a certain substance are present. Player 4 must.
Z plot.
That's incorrect. Question number 4. About reservoirs. What does the acronym OWC stand for? Player 3 must.
Oil water contact.
That's correct. Question number 5. The objective of this analysis is to combine the various components of the production system for an individual well to estimate. Question, player number 4 must.
Nodal analysis.
That's correct. Question number 6. Question number 6, please. It is the process by which fluids are sucked into the borehole from the formation when the drill string is being pulled out of hole. Player 2 Nkumba. That's correct. Question number 7, Makere. Sorry. Okay. Question number 7. It is a repository of data representing the mechanical properties of rocks and fractures as well as the stresses, pressures and temperatures acting on them. Player from.
Yes, mechanical method.
That's correct. Question number 8. What is the length equal? Player 2 must.
1443 kilometers.
That's correct. Next question, that's question number 9. This agreement was adopted by 196 parties at the UN Climate Change Conference COP21 in Paris, France, December 12, 2015. Player 3 Nkumba.
Paris Agreement.
That's correct. Question number 10. Mention one magazine. Player 4 must.
The way ahead.
That's correct. Question number 11. Question number 11. Greenhouse gases GHG emissions we need to have, okay, it's okay. Greenhouse gases GHG emissions created directly by sources that are controlled or owned by the company, e.g. by the burning of fuel in non-electrically powered vehicles? Question 12. This is the first casing string. Player 3 must.
Conductor casing.
That's correct. Question number 13. Question number 13. Standard Oil of New Jersey, with almost half of the total net value after the Antitrust Act, eventually transformed into what company? Player from Kumba. BP? That's incorrect. Player 1 must. ExxonMobil. That's correct. Question number 14. Guys, please. Question number 14. It is the oldest thermal recovery technique. It has been used for more than a decade with many economically successful projects. Player 2 must.
Carbon dioxide injection.
That's incorrect. Question number 15. Question number 15. A casing string that is set across the reservoir interval and with player 3 Kumba. Production casing. That's correct. We can take some water. So must has 80, Kumba has 25. So, okay, the captains are ready. Let's please relax and continue. Question number 16. An impermeable layer of rock overlying an oil gas reservoir. Player 2 Kumba. Chain. That's incorrect. Player 1 must. Kaprok. That's correct. Question number 17. Question number 17. A green silicate mineral found in sedimentary rocks and on continental shores characterized by slow sedimentation and organic matter such as fecal pellets. Player 2 must.
Glauconite.
Yes, that's correct. Question number 18. Question number 18. Question number 7, please. Yes? Okay. Oh,
I'm sorry, guys. The software we're using, we just sourced it from somewhere. We're sorry. We apologize. We had to get equipment from London, but we couldn't ship it. We're sorry.
So please.
The software we're using only stops at 100, so we really apologize.
Okay.
We'll do better.
Okay. That's noted. So I would love to know if the judges, are you writing? Okay. All right. Please. Question number 18.
Okay, so so far it's 120. Sorry, 100 for Mast and 20 for Kumba.
Okay.
So we shall project like it's 0-0, but you have each minute.
Yeah, so please, the judges, please let's do Yes? Wow, we need the screen on. We cannot go forward. We need the screen on, please. Are we good to go? Okay. Next question. Question number 19. Question number 18. What is the chemical formula of anhydrite? Player foremost.
That is calcium sulfate.
That's correct. Question number 19. Question number 19. A continuous measurement of formation properties with electrical. Player 1, Kumba. That's player 3 must. That's incorrect.
Well and logging.
That's correct. Yeah, guys, I have. So we need to look at that question. I have log, stroke wireline log.
So we give the Kumba. Okay. They said we're logging.
Okay. So Ukumba, positive 10, don't remove anything from us. They buzzed second. So please, guys. So if you don't know how the game works, ask your petrol bowlers. So if the first team gets its max 10, then the second team, nothing is moved because they buzzed after. Okay? Yeah, so you give the max to Nkumba, don't remove or give anything to Must. Okay. Let's continue. Question number 20. Trading systems for the buying and selling of carbon credits or permits. They enable entities to meet their emission reduction targets or regulatory requirements. Player 1 must.
Carbon market.
That's correct.
So chair. First come.
Thank you. Those quantities. That's question number 21. Those quantities of petroleum estimated as of a given date to be potentially recoverable from known. Player 1 Nkumba.
Recoverable oil.
Yes?
Recoverable oil.
That's incorrect. Player 3 must.
Estimated ultimate recovery.
That's incorrect. We'll move the next question. Question number 22. Sized particles mixed with fracturing fluid to hold player foremost.
Propant.
That's correct. Question number 23. Question number 23. A theory of petroleum generation in which petroleum is thought to have formed from hydrocarbons trapped inside the Earth's crust. Player foremost.
A biogenic theory.
That's correct. Question number 24.
It's a network.
So please clear the buzzer. Okay, next question. Name the surface wave that propagates along the earth or air interface and creates a particle displacement that is tangent to the earth's surface and also perpendicular to the direction. Player from Kumba.
Q wave.
Which is also the same as love wave. That's correct. That's correct. So the answer I have is love wave, but a love wave is the same as a Q wave. Correct? Yeah. So, next question. Question 26. Name the type of packers that have penetrations through which electrical cable and hydraulic lines can be passed without compromising the seal. Player from us. Durable packer. That's incorrect. Player Tunkumba.
You can use this microphone. Also works.
Open on. Open hole.
Which one?
Open hole. Open hole. No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. For both. Question 27. The process by which new forests are grown and established. Player 3 must.
Afforestation.
That's correct. It is the API code for the specification for wellhead and Christmas tree. Player 3 must.
API spec 6A.
That's correct. Question number 29. What is SDG number 7?
Affordable and clean energy.
That's correct. Question number 30. Question number 30. A chemical additive used to prevent the formation of foam during the preparation. Player foremost.
Yes, it is an antifoam.
That's correct. And that's the end of the game. So ladies and gentlemen, Nkumba University has 30 and the University of Science and Technology has 170. So you can step there and please thank you so much. So
we have to rest for 5 minutes. We have to rest.
So JP and so these are 12 persons. So ladies and gentlemen, DJ. So ladies and gentlemen, for the final, which is the repeat of the first preferable final we had in Uganda, we have Mbara University of Science and Technology versus Makerere University. So, DJ, I know now you are okay, but let's first wait. So ladies and gentlemen, let's first give it up for Makerere University team to come and take the podium. DJ!
Saste no mukwano kebe nakyo kusiba kukikyendebe ngakikutte nga kyenyiga kubo bigere kyanamatali sisobola kukugaana talata tolina ebyogerere abandi basalako naye nabagaana labadde obutatoka
That was a mistake. So the match team asked for Nick has been wasting, so we are giving them 5 minutes to rest and then we shall go for the final. Okay, DJ can
tebazijawo nononeka wetugawawo manize egwedobozi egweruyimba olwediyo mama olikuba kolina wanti fodina togamba godoba yekidagonza kyerina cause I found love omukwano gulina and I love you my champion.
Are you entertained? So for the final match, I would request, yes, ushers, please, for our judges, they also need water, please. So ushers, for our final match, ladies and gentlemen, we shall play when we are seeing the trophy. I would request Mr. Oscars Okire to go and bring that trophy. So that trophy is supposed to be touched by only, just like a World Cup trophy, by only winners and maybe heads of SP presidents of the different chapters and the SP president of Uganda only. Okay, so we shall have that. So I hope the camera person can help project that, and as they bring also that trophy, please. They will be put here. And the medals, so we can have some two ladies accompany McLean to get those medals here such that we finish this up. So Oscar, wait, you bring it when these people have sat down, which is in 2 minutes. Oscar, you bring it when these people have sat down so that they can sit. No, before they sit down, they have to bypass it. Yeah. Shifra, you can tell Oscar to bring that trophy and the medals accompanying it. DJ, this is where you play some nice music, eh? And also, yes, we can clap for the trophy, guys. And also, for this round, we shall have 40 questions. So we shall have half at 20 questions. This is a final. Can also get the medals. Yeah, when we finish with that, then I'll expect the players to come. also, in addition to the trophy, the team which will win, like Chair said before, will go to Nigeria next month and represent Uganda. So ladies and gentlemen, let's first of all welcome the two-time Petrobol champions and the current African Petrobol champions, Mbara University of Science and Technology, to the stage. So, on this round, since this is the final round, I request all the 5 players to come such that you do not miss out, please, on a pick with your team. So, guys, the 5th player for must, you come 5 together. No, you don't have, can stand behind. Then, ladies and gentlemen, for the challengers, the mighty Makerere University, please let's welcome to the stage with a hand clap. So, because of okay, thank you. So because of time, we are going to start right away, but we cannot start. This is a game, just like a game of football, and it's a beautiful game. So I would request the players to first shake hands, and then we go for the final round non-stop. So our cameramen, what way are you guys? We need. So please, you can shake hands, hug, and then we may not hug after. Okay, isn't that beautiful? So cameraman, have you got the photos of the 5 members for both? Okay, that's great. So we are good to go for the final of the 2025 National Petrobol Championship. Yes, please.
I have issues with this phone, bad for my run off anytime.
Oh, please, that's true. Does any other person, if you have battery which is 30% and below, 11, I don't know, I think 11 is okay. I don't know. 11 is fine.
That is good. Sure, 11 is fine.
Yeah. In case so we have the power banks ready. Yeah, everything is okay. Okay, guys. The score takers, are we ready? Okay. Judges, are we ready? Timekeeper? Chairperson, are we ready? Okay. So, player 1 must. Player Player 2 must. Player 3 must. Player 4 must. Player 1 Makere. Player 2 Makere. Player 3 Makere. Yeah, player 4 Makere. The moment you tap it, it goes. That's no issue. Okay. Yes? Okay. So we are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, question number 1. This point is the pressure and temperature at which bubbles of gas first begin to... Player 2 Makere.
Bubble point.
That's correct. Question number 2. Question number 2. The loss of metal due to chemical. Player 3 must.
Metal loss.
That's incorrect. Player 2 Makere.
Corrosion.
That's correct. We continue. Question number 3. Question number 3. This sealing device isolates and contains player 4 must.
Sepaka.
That's correct. Question number 4. What is a mathematical tool used in petroleum engineering? Player 4 must.
Inflow performance relationship.
That's correct. Question number 5. These are supposed to be, okay, they are supposed to be toss-up questions. Question number 5. Name 2 of the SPE magazines. Player 4 must.
So we have JPT and the way ahead.
That's correct. Next question, question number 6. Number 6. What is the name for a large valve at the top of the road during player 1 Mook?
Lubricator.
Lubricator is wrong. Incorrect. Player 1 must. Player 1 must.
Yes.
Well head. That's incorrect.
Easy, guys. Easy.
Please.
Kakana.
Okay. Question number 7. So please guys, let's keep quiet. Let's respect the game. Question number 7. Which are the 2 main types of geological traps? Player 4 must.
Structure and stratigraphic.
That's correct. Question number 8. Question number 8. The pressure within a system caused by fluid friction or player 1 must.
Back pressure.
That's correct. Yes. Judges, what's the problem?
Keep quiet,
Okay.
keep quiet.
You're here. That's right.
That's right. Yeah, slow. So, technical team, we have a problem which we need to rectify here. Player 1 buzzed and player 4. No, it's okay. This software is clear. Let me see. Who answered? This one. Who answered the question? I mean, who answered the question when I read? 4. Who buzzed? No. No, please. Let's. So you can talk to the marketing. So player 1 buzzed and player 4 answered. Yeah, so it was my mistake. So that will be, was the answer correct? Yeah, 10 points for must. Okay, so but thank you guys for being vigilant. Okay, question number 9. Which number is defined as the ratio of viscous forces to the capillary? Player foremost.
Yes, it is the capillary number.
That's correct. So guys, they have they have something they think.
Their conflict is that their brothers are pastors, their brothers. They are all using assembly point. Technically speaking, if you're using assembly point, you have the same speed of internet.
No, that can't work. It's impossible. It's like this. The truth is this. If it's the same, doesn't matter what it is. So they are just passing. So guys, I have a solution. This is a match which goes up to half time. So when we reach half time, we shall change. Okay? All right? Isn't that better? Okay, let's continue. But if it's the same network, for sure. Anyway. But this, okay, let's continue. Question number 10. Okay? Which number? Sorry, question number 10. That was question number 9. Question number 10. The presence of what compound causes natural gas to be disconnected? Player foremost.
Resins and asphaltenes.
That's incorrect. Mercury, player 1.
Hydrogen sulfide.
That's correct. Question number 11. What is called the maximum rate that a wheel can produce? Player foremost.
Absolute open flow.
That's correct. That's correct. Question number 12. The degree to which a data set may be in error or stray from predicted values. Sometimes, player 2 Mercury.
Accuracy.
That's incorrect. Player 2 must.
Anomaly.
That's incorrect. Question number 13. Score takers, are we on the same pace? Okay. Question number 13. They are formed by anaerobic decomposition of organic matter. Player foremost.
Crude oil.
Player FOMOK.
Hydrocarbons.
They are the same? Okay. I have hydrocarbons, so we shall give -5. So okay, judges. -5, positive 10. Okay. So -5 for must, positive 10 for Mercury. Next question. Next question. Buzzers. Okay. Question number 14. The intentional deviation of a wall ball from the path player from a carrier.
Directional drilling.
That's correct. Question number 15. Question 15. Buzzers, we are slowing down. Okay. Question number 15. The role player below which economic hydrocarbon player to must
Acoustic basement.
That's correct. What did you say? Yeah, say the acoustic. We have basement. It's the same. So it's guys. We have a source for every question. We have a source. Go to the SLB glossary and check for acoustic basement. No, it's judges. SLB glossary. You can also check. You can be judges. Go to the SLB glossary. It's the source we have there. The position, that's incorrect. -5 from us. No, they are not the same. It's a -5. Thank you, Chair. Okay, next question, guys. Let's move. Next question. Guys, let's be real. She didn't. Please. Actually, this is supposed to be a controlled game. We are not supposed to listen from. That's why judges are here. We are just giving you an ear. If we don't control ourselves, we shall go to the original game rules. Okay? Okay. So there was a query about. No one buzzed. No. I get the appeal. The question wasn't complete. That's true. But and then we gave the answer. Yeah. So let's nullify that. You nullify that. Offer? No. That is nullified. We have already discussed the question. So you can't. Okay. Let's continue, guys. Just wait. So I continue. Okay. Mass forte, Makere forte. It is interesting and heated. Enjoy it. Question number 16. Okay? The calculated floor area provided. Player for must.
Area open to flow.
That's correct. Question number 17. Question number 17, guys. Regarding SPE, what does the acronym YP? Player Tumuk.
Young Professionals Engaging Committee.
That's wrong. Player Must.
Young Professionals.
That's incorrect. The question was why PCC stand for. So incorrect for who? Question number 18. Question number 18. Guys, please. A type of flow for single phase fluids in which the velocity at any point may vary. Player for must.
That's laminar flow.
That's incorrect. Player 1 Makere.
Turbulent flow.
That's correct. Next question. Question number 19. Buzzers. Question number 19. Please give the name of the completion device that provides a means of establishing communication between the player for must.
Sliding sleeve.
That's correct. Question number 20, halftime. Who was known as Abu al-Naft, or the father of oil?
Time.
And that's halftime. This is the final. Okay, we are not going to have a halftime Super Bowl. Let's just continue. So, player 1 must buzz. Player 2 must. Player 3 has already buzzed. Player 4 must buzz. Player 1 Makere buzz. Player 2 Makere. Player 3 Makere. Player 4 Makere. All right. Question number 21. Okay, let's take them, guys. A device that turns the drill string. It consists of player for must. Buzzer, guys, we are slow. Okay. The evaluation of physical properties, usually including pressure, temperature, and robot trajectory. Player from Makere.
Measurement well joule.
That's correct. Question number 23. Who was the SP president of 2022? Player 2 must.
Kamal bin Nasser.
That's incorrect. Player 1 Makere. Thomas Blasingami. That's incorrect. -5 for both. I said 2022. Yes. 2022? Yeah. So it's their appeal. Please check SP President 2022.
It's made Kamal.
It is correct. It is made. It is the one.
Check the SP President of 2022. It's Kamel Benaka. Yeah, you are all wrong. -5, -5. Is that what she said? Okay. Hey, just okay. So we agreed on pronunciation, right? So it's a positive 10 for them. Okay. So that's a positive 10 for Mast. Don't remove anything from Mast, from Makere. Okay?
5 comes back.
So
it's really 1-0.
Don't remove. Who buzzed first? Must. So give Must 10. Don't remove anything from Makere.
Yeah, that's it.
So get B, I'm waiting for you.
So we are supposed to have 5.
It's supposed to have our 5 back. Then they also have 5, yes. But they didn't remove it.
So guys, players, I'm sorry. By the way, what you are doing is not good for the players. I can assure you that. Yes, so okay, Jovin, you tell your captain to talk, please.
Yes, it's a humble request that at least we leave the players to focus. Let give them an environment to focus. Yes.
Okay, so is this okay? Current score is 55-55. Who has 50? Wait, we are not continuing. All of you, I know you know the right marks. Let's be real, okay? Yes, guys, from the end of the first half, Mast was at 50 and Mook was at 45. Now, the first question, which was in drilling, a device that turns a drill string. So they buzzed first and failed. So these ones were reduced nothing. They buzzed and failed. Okay.
Failed that, yeah. They both buzzed.
Okay. So it's 50. So I think we should put all the marks here. So okay. All right. All of you people know the correct marks, but you somehow. So let's go back to the buzzer. I will say it. I've never been in a match which is as heated as this one. I like it. So buzzers, please. Are we okay? We're good to go. First, display all the marks, please. You are going to record. It's fine. Okay. Next question. Question number 25. Which inflow performance relationship should be used to model a solution gas drive oil reservoir with an average reservoir pressure that is less? Player foremost.
Yes, that's the Vogel method.
That's correct. Buzzers. Question number 26. Name the equipment used to keep casing in the center of the hole. Player to Makere.
Casing centralizer.
Okay, that's correct. Yeah, so what I have here is what Chair has there, and the others don't have it, but it's still fine. I just tried, it's a quick answer. I have just another slightly different one. I have casing centralizer, they have casing centralizer, which is actually more, better. Okay, next question. Buzzer room. In your testing, the pressure measurements recorded as a function of time, usually in the player to Makere.
Pressure transient analysis.
Okay, that's correct. No. I have transient pressure testing, which is okay. Next question. An enhanced recovery process in which microorganisms are used in the player to Makere.
Microbial enhanced oil recovery.
That's correct. Question number 29. Buzzer room. Question number 29. The simultaneous flow of both oil and feed gas into a oil bowl. This is called player to must.
Two-phase flow.
That's correct. Question number 30. Buzzers? Okay, question number 30. An expression for conservation of mass governed by the observation that player for mass material balance equation. That's correct. Question number 31. The last 10 questions. A flange consisting of two parts, a half, player one look.
Silver flange.
That's correct. Question number 32. The period when drilling debris and fluids are still player foremost. That's correct. Question number 33. Question number 33. A mathematical technique based on the property that solutions to linear partial equations can be added to provide player foremost.
Yes, that is the partial differential equation.
That's incorrect. Question number. Correct. I have to finish. To provide yet another solution, this permits constructions of mathematical solutions to situations with complex boundary. Player framework.
Superposition.
That's correct. Question number 34. In reservoir engineering, simultaneously constant pressure, wellhead or bottom hole, and flow rate. This behavior can result when there is pressure support either naturally through an aquifer or gas cut drive or artificially through water or gas injection. Okay. Next question. Question number 35. Okay. In enhanced oil recovery, pertaining to a condition in which two or more fluids can mix in all proportions, player to must. Please.
Miscibility.
She said miscibility, I have miscible. That's correct. I think that's okay. Miscibility and miscible, it's the same thing. Answering to
You want to know the score.
So that's correct. So mass 50, Makerere 55. This is okay, guys. The people on the timer. The rules are. I repeat. No, still that is now out of my control. The thing is, she's still at, but they didn't look like.
Listen, we give you 5 seconds to answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
correct.
No, you late.
So she was still in the 5. It was.
They were discussing the answer. They told that answer. But okay, let's now, right? It's not allowed, but for the time frame, you just continue for the time. Yeah, but for the time frame.
So, okay. Let's continue, guys. Okay.
Only 5.
So we have 5 questions left. Let me first take water, guys. Okay, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to. So the score currently I'm seeing 50-55. What is the total score? 100. Wow. So the last 5 questions. Okay. Question number 1. So question number 36. The movement of hydrocarbons from their source into reservoir. Layer 3 Makerere. That's correct. Question number 37. The angle between the vertical projection of the line of interest into a horizontal surface and layer 2 mast.
Azimuth.
That's correct. Question 38. Question 38. A depression in the crust of the earth. Layer 2 mast.
Basin.
That's correct. Question 39. Okay. Predictable variation of a property of a material with the direction layer 2 mast.
Anisotropy.
That's correct. Okay, so by question 39, the scores I have is matched with 80 and Makerere with 65. And for the last question, what is SDG goal number 2? Player 1 Makerere. Zero hunger. That's correct. And that's the end of the game. Okay. So, please, let's finish this. Let's finish this, please. So you can remove this. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of Petrobot 2025. And the 2025 National Petrobot Champions of Uganda once again, Ambara University of Science and Technology. All right, so we have so we are going into the session of awards. Please, the president of Makerere and the captain, please. You know this game. You know the game. Please control your supporters. If Master had lost, they would do the same thing they are doing. So please, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are going to do. We are going to start with the exhibitions. We have the results ready. After that, we will go to paper contest, and after that, we shall end up by crowning the champions of Petrobot. I would love to know if everything is ready. But before, I would love to I need some. So, McLean Chair, I would love to invite you. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, allow me to invite our chairperson of the SPE Uganda section, Mr. Gideon Chibirige.
Very good evening to you all. Is it good for all of us? Take winning and lose. These are earthly things. But before I continue, I would like to just, while I'm speaking, I would like to recognize the presence of everyone that has worked behind the scenes to make this event a great success. So we are going to speak, however, they're going to be right besides me because we have worked together. And so I would like to call up our guests from PAU, from UNOC, Callisto, Cosmas, just come because it will be a short speech. Then we give out the trophies and medals and certificates. Let's have all the company representatives, the seniors. Let them just stand here with us before I read out this speech, as well as okay. Yeah, you can read them. So I think as they come, just all company representatives from SLB, just come over. Don't fear. This is our time to shine. You've given your time. Now it's our time to also give back to you, small. And then I'll give the speech and then we shall give you our small gifts from the SPE to you. And then I also want to call upon the SPE Uganda section board members. Just come over in front as well so that we do this speech together, because it's a team effort. Teamwork makes the dream work. So these people you see right in front of you, this couldn't have been possible without them. As you can see, they have fed into your knowledge. They have added a lot to you. I hope before we leave, you have their contacts. Ask them, send your CV to them for review. Speak to them, make them your friends. Where is Victor? Where is Macklin? Anyone on the SPE board, just come up here as well. This is our moment. All company representatives, I'm not seeing some. I think even Domiciano is still there and others. Maybe they'll join us and Nelson, because we have something small for you. Yes, so this is a team effort. I didn't want to stand here and take a spotlight alone when it has been the whole team working tirelessly behind the scenes, taking 1,000 phone calls. Thank you. Maybe we can go here like this. All right, so this speech has been prepared from the SP Uganda section, especially our directors, our board, or the executive, what we call the EXCO executive committee, that includes myself and student liaisons, as well as our partners who are the companies who generously sponsored this event. As you can see, everything was free. It's because of them, and also they gave their time to come from wherever they came from to come and be here together with us. So this speech is for us, bearers of innovation and agents of change. We stand at the forefront of an industry that is undergoing a transformative shift, one that demands both technological ingenuity and environmental stewardship. Our theme underscores the critical balance between sustaining the responsible development of fossil fuels while accelerating the integration of renewable energy sources. The Society of Petroleum Engineers recently launched the tagline, Solutions, People, Energy, which emphasizes our mission to share innovative solutions, empower members, assess the growing demand for affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. It is through engagements such as this conference that we are able to discuss and embrace innovative thinking and collaborative action in addressing the dual challenge of meeting the world's growing energy demand while ensuring a sustainable and low-carbon future. As students, researchers, and young professionals, we are uniquely positioned to contribute to this transition by leveraging cutting-edge technologies, advancing research, and promoting multidisciplinary solutions. At the heart of this energy transition is research and innovation. You've had many speakers here being involved in various types of research. All the companies are researching. That is at the heart of the energy transition. These are the pillars upon which our professions in the petroleum and energy sectors are built. Whether it is in advancing carbon capture and storage, CCS, improving energy efficiency in fossil fuel operations, developing renewable energy technologies, or promoting energy access in underserved regions like Uganda, The work we do today will shape the future of energy for generations to come. Therefore, I urge each one of you to cultivate a spirit of continuous learning, to challenge yourself, to seek innovative pathways, and to participate in research initiatives that push the boundaries of what is possible. Together, we must strive to create an energy future that is secure, sustainable, and inclusive. As ambassadors of SPE and the SPE brand, and proud members of the various student chapters under the SPE Uganda section, right now we have 6 student chapters: Makerere University, Chambogo University, Nkumba University, Mbara University of Science and Technology, Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba, and International University of East Africa. We carry the responsibility to uphold the high standard of professionalism, integrity, and excellence. And even as we expand this year and the coming years to King Caesar and all King Caesar Victoria and all other universities, our actions today will set the time and will set the tone for the industry tomorrow. We are privileged to be part of a global community that provides us all with a wealth of resources and opportunities, and I encourage you all to take full advantage of the technical publications, webinars, lectures, workshops, and conferences that the SPE offers. These platforms equip us all with the knowledge and skills needed to thrive in an industry that is continuously evolving. Moreover, let us recognize the transformative power of collaboration and networking. By working together across disciplines, institutions, and industries, we amplify our impact and accelerate progress towards our shared goal of achieving a sustainable energy transition. Whether through student chapter activities, research collaborations, petroball competitions, or industry partnerships, we must embrace every opportunity to learn from one another, share knowledge, and build lasting connections. In conclusion, as we embark on this exciting journey at the 3rd SASTCE 2025, let us harness the power of innovation, collaboration, and determination to shape a brighter energy future for Uganda, Africa, and the world. We wish you all a successful, enlightening, and inspiring conference. Thank you all from the Chairman, Board of Directors, from the entire SPE Uganda Section Board, from our partners who have so generously put in their time and their knowledge to come and enrich us. We thank you, and we wish you a lovely evening together. Oh yes, we are also going to announce the next conference host. I think we shall do that after giving them something. All right, so we have prepared something for you, our partners. A small token of appreciation. So give them a hand clap as they receive. Give them a more thunderous applause, guys. Give them all. Yes, you can come, panelists, everyone. Yes, you can follow. Yes, everyone who was in the panel get something small, so. All right, thank you very much. That's something tiny from Ronnie is there saying hi. Thank you for sponsoring. Martin as well. Okay, since they're still there, we shall send you a small token. I think let's have a photo opportunity. Thank you very much. So the next part is going to be now awarding the students, I think. So I think you read them. Okay, we can. I think I would like to request some to sit, but then also some of our directors to remain. We can remain with maybe one from PAU, one from UNOC, just one representatives. We can remain with you, Callisto. That we hand over.
I'm coming back. No problem. So, for paper contest.
No, exhibitions. So, for the first one, we shall invite Mr. Mackenzie to tell us the winners of the exhibition. Yes.
So let's do the one.
So, Mr. Mackenzie. So, the top three.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us up to this hour. So I'm not going to waste time, but I'm going to go right to announcing the winners of the pitching and exhibition competition. So the second runner-up of the pitching and exhibition competition with 70.8% is detection and prevention of excessive back pressure during drilling, Mbara University. Let's welcome Mbara University. DJ, you can give them something. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mbara University. And the second runner-up of the pitching and exhibition competition with 73.2% is the development of a multi-parameter petrometer, Chambogo University. DJ, let's welcome Chambogo University. Congratulations, Chambago University, congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to announce to you the winner of the pitching and exhibition competitions with 78%, and that is none other than the automated water separation from water tank, Uganda Petroleum Institute, Sigomba. Congratulations.
So we would love to ask the chairperson to give a token to Mr. Yes, these guys don't have. No, they don't. Yeah, to Mr. Mackenzie, who has led this whole journey, and he also has his certificate ready for. So I would ask Mr. Callisto to give the certificate, and the chair to give for the photo moment. Yes. Thank you so much.
We shall collect them now, right?
Okay. So for the paper contest, I'd love to invite McLean to read the winners.
All right. Thank you so much, audience, for following up to now. Before the company representatives leave, I would like to take this opportunity to let you know of the results that came out of the paper contest. It was happening as the conference was also happening. Okay, without wasting time, I'd like to call on, if I mention your name as a winner, you come very fast and then you receive your medal and certificate. First runners up, we have Winnie Doro from MOOC. First one. All right. Congratulations, Winnie. Okay. So for the second runners up, you allow me invite Zagambe Josu, something like that, from IUEA. Yes. Congratulations, Zagambe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you will allow me announce the winner for the paper contest 2025, and that was Amanya Oscar. Congratulations, Oscar. All right. I would like to congratulate everyone who managed to participate in the paper contest. It's okay. It's okay. Let's keep order, please. That's when we shall listen to you, you know. So let's keep order and listen. right. Okay. Can we have order, please? Can we please have order?